proto.
Lot if you could subscribe.
Hello. E agora? E agora? O que é que vou fazer? Vamos bater? Vamos bater, meus filhos de uma grande. A câmara está ligada? Sabia que tinha ligado a câmara. Mas bem? Cadela. É uma comilona. Enganei-me na coisa. Era isto. Deixa-me ver para o Gerardo.
December 9th,
Oh.
1992. Don't forget, Now in the 90s now has its own YouTube channel. Starting in January,
Whoa.
all new episodes will be exclusively over there. If you watch this show and enjoy it, it would mean a lot if you could subscribe to the new channel and rewatch some old episodes too.
I can.
I'll put a
It's
link
cool.
in the description. And again, thanks for your support and loving this show. Never let clunkiness prevent you from trying something different. Released this week in 1992, was Gemfire for the Super Nintendo. Gemfire is a turn-based strategy game where you choose a faction and try to take over the entire map.
Estamos a chegar a território do. Como é que ele se chama? Do Morteira. Morteira Territory.
Micromanage every part of your empire, allocating food, hiring soldiers, rearranging generals, do negotiations, and all kinds of other diplomatic
Princesa
boring
Anise.
things. Or, of course, you attack nearby territories and go into turn-based combat. You can move units individually, attacking from different angles matters, and try not to fall asleep with how slowly everything moves. Gemfire was developed and published by Koei, who is well known for similar games like Romance of the Three Kingdoms. There's a lot of familiarity with tons and tons of menus, and honestly, the graphics even look the same. It also means it has the same kind of slow-paced gameplay, perfect for strategy game
graphics.
enthusiasts or people who really like the board game Risk. A major difference for Gemfire compared to other Koei strategy games is that it's not based on any historic period or battle. It's pure fantasy, with the plot being about special gems being created into a crown that everyone is after, wizards, princesses, and you could even recruit monsters into your army. Gemfire was released in Japan as Super Royal Blood. The SNES version is also one of many, many ports. It was originally released onto PCs in Japan, like the PC-88 and the MSX, and in 1992, there were ports made for the NES, Sega Genesis, and DOS computers. Look, I like strategy games, but it's hard to have fun with them when they're this slow, even on the Super Nintendo. And this is coming from someone who really, really likes another Koei game, Aerobiz. And I'm not alone in thinking this either.
does
Upon
that
release,
mean?
Gemfire did review pretty
Slow.
well. GamePro magazine gave it lots of general praise, and so did Nintendo Power. But even Nintendo Power
Nintendo
had to
Power.
admit that the game is slow going a lot of the time. It didn't sell very well in the West, despite it being on numerous platforms. In Japan, however, it did well enough
Ok,
to
para onde é que eu vou
warrant a
seguir? Tenho que
sequel
planear rápido.
titled Royal Blood 2 for PCs in 1999, where it has remained ever since. Also getting a port was the TurboGrafx CD, which saw its own version of Loom this week in 1992. Loom is a point-and-click adventure game from LucasArts, hot off the heels of games like Maniac Mansion and Indiana
I'm
Jones
thinking,
and
guys,
the
I'm
Last
thinking.
Crusade. This means lots of walking around, interacting with every possible thing in the environment, and talking to every NPC until every dialogue option is exhausted. Loom, however, avoids the previous trappings of the item-based inventory and various verbs associated with them. Instead, it's based around using a magical instrument to play music. When notes are arranged in a certain order, magic spells are created to solve puzzles. Loom was originally released in 1990 for home computers on floppy disks, and is the fourth game to use the SCUM engine for adventure games. It was then re-released in 1992 as a CD-ROM version, which notably added voice acting throughout the entire game. The TurboGrafx CD version, however, is based on the floppy disk version. While it has improved music, there is no voice acting. The original Loom also included a cassette tape that had a 30-minute audio drama setting up the world of Loom, and the game's story picks up right where the audio drama leads off. On side B of that same tape was the game's soundtrack. Sadly, the TurboGrafx version does not include this tape at all. This is one that I've never personally played. I mostly played Sierra adventure games like King's Quest VI, so this was all new to me. Gotta admit, the music theme throughout is pretty cool, though it is hard to play knowing there's a well voice-acted version out there. Reviews for the TurboGrafx CD version were a bit mixed. GamePro, as is typical of them, gave it another near-perfect score. Electronic Gaming Monthly was a bit more divided. While some aspects of it were praised, the main drawback was the game's slow pace. I mean, it's a point-and-click adventure game. I'm not really sure what they expected. LucasArts followed this up by saying that Loom was a critical success, but not a commercial one. It didn't sell nearly as many units as they were hoping for. They had two sequels planned, Forge and The Fold, but were both canned. That's probably why there's an NPC in Secret of Monkey Island that tells you to buy Loom. Another week, another platformer. Released this week in 1992 was Chester Cheetah Too Cool to Fool for the Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. Chester Cheetah Too Cool to Fool stars the cartoon mascot for Cheetos, Chester Cheetah. It's essentially a platformer where you control Chester through numerous stages, jumping on enemies, very slowly walking forward, and collecting Cheetos. Power-ups can only be described as very stupid. A guitar makes Chester get stuck in place while he jams out, only injuring enemies that get near him, and a pair of sunglasses that makes the screen get really, really dark and hard to see, but you're supposed to be able to find hidden items this way. He can also crawl in the sewers by pelvic thrusting the ground. Spend every level finding pieces of his busted motorcycle, rebuild it, and ride away from, quote, Squaresville. Chester Cheetah was introduced as the mascot for Cheetos, a cheese-based crunchy corn puff snack in 1985.
Cheetos
he
are so
spoke
good.
in basic hip-hop rhyme to come off as cool for kids, as he got into hijinks ripped straight off of Wile E. Coyote. No idea if he was actually popular enough at the time to warrant his own video game, but that's never stopped corporations from making a lot of unnecessary brand mascot video games. In all likelihood, this game was definitely made to promote Cheeto products, specifically Cheeto Paws, which were introduced in 1990.
Chester Cheetah here with two cool laws for new Cheetos brand paws. First, paws bring big fun to young tongues. Like check out Ross and this hip toss. That's real boss. Ooh, let's do law 2. When filling your jaws with paws, it's only fair to share. So
filling your jaws with claws.
New Cheetos Paws, the cheese that goes crunch.
While not exactly discontinued, ever since the mid-1990s, Cheeto Paws have been harder and harder to find. Look, the gameplay sucks pretty bad, but you can get a few laughs out of the instruction manual's poor translation while still attempting to rhyme. As is Chester Cheetah Way, this is a one-person play. Also, the back cover had a coupon for 50 cents off a bag of Cheeto Paws. Upon release, it got way better reviews than it really should have. Electronic Gaming Monthly reviewed it in January of 1993 with a lot of high scores. Now, I'm not saying that they were paid a lot of money for these scores, but I will point out that GamePro magazine made it their cover for issue 41. Somehow, there would be a sequel released in 1993 called Chester Cheetah
bullshit in-game reviews.
Which makes sense. After all, it ain't easy being cheesy. As for everything else, here's Editor Dylan.
Also released this week was a whole lot of balls. Mostly sports balls. For the sake of time, I'm just gonna lump the majority of December sports games into this week. Cool? Cool. So let's start with Cal Ripken Jr. Baseball for the SNES and Genesis. It features a white ball that fits nicely in the palm of your hand or glove. As for the game, it's baseball. Moving on. Also for the Genesis is Pro Quarterback, which means we're stretching that ball out and cocooning it with the skin of a pig. Wow, that's pretty metal. But if this football game doesn't have enough dialogue to truly immerse you, then Joe Montana's got you covered with NFL Sports Talk Football 93, starring some robot by the sound of it.
Good blocking. Look out. He's down. There's no score.
Let's get back to
plataforma.
less metal, but much more spherical balls with NBA All-Star Challenge. I think it's the first basketball game I've encountered that lets you play horse by shooting three-pointers from various angles. Kinda cool. A basketball
Horse?
game released within the NBA playoff series was
What's horse?
Bulls versus Blazers, Chicago versus Portland, Deep Dish Pizza versus, Weird Donuts, I guess? Of all the sports games I've attended when I was a kid, Blazers games were my favorite by far. Not because I liked basketball.
Sabe que jogo é que eu gostava muito? Um jogo da Game Boy. O Boomer tinha Game Boy. Chamado Jordan vs Bird. Era 1 contra 1 de basquete. Na metade de um campo. Eu adorava essa merda.
But because everyone in the audience would get a free chalupa from Taco Bell if they scored 100 points. I wonder if they still do that. The last ball game this week was Crew Ball. Okay, now that's metal. And so is this pinball game, for that matter. It's reminiscent of a game we covered earlier this year in July called Dragon's Fury. And though I think that one is slightly more metal, they both offer great pinball action. Which brings us to a grand total of 11 games on these 3 consoles this week in 1992. Okay, I looked it up and apparently the Blazers haven't given out chalupas in like a decade. Though they have given out McDonald's, like a 6-piece nugs or some breakfast sandwich or something. Maybe some fries. But if I'm honest, it's just not the same as a chalupa. We aren't sponsored, but if you'll excuse me, I gotta get some tacos. I'll try to save you one.
Thank you, Dylan. Here in the Collector's Corner, Gemfire has a solid price still. It currently goes for $50 for the SNES cartridge alone, and a complete copy is just over $90. This is 50% more than the Sega version, but only 1/3 the value of the rare NES copy. Loom is this week's biggest value gainer. It released with a retail price of $59.99, and now the disc alone is just under $120. And oddly, the same price goes for a complete version. Relatively speaking, Too Cool to Fool isn't fooling anyone. A loose copy is $25, but the complete version is a little over $60, provided you still got that sick coupon in it. And that's it for today. Next week, a portable Blue Bomber, an obscure handheld RPG, and one of SNK's fighting franchises comes home. I'm your host, Jared, and this was Now in the 90s.
When?
Thank you so much for watching Now in the 90s. Please like the video and leave a comment down below, and subscribe if you haven't already. If you already are a subscriber, thank you so much. I never personally played the Chester Cheetah video games growing up. That said, I love those dang Chester Cheetah commercials.
When in the what
And there was a time in my life where every single week I made sure to have a bag of Cheeto Paws, ruining my controllers.
God of War feeling. And you'd be seeing a decent amount of these. Prior to God of War, God of War probably isn't the first game that comes to mind when you think of clones. In fact, now that the series has gone from one thing to something entirely different, this whole style of hack and slash game is becoming sort of a relic. Mechanically speaking, the original God of War was nothing new, but is the amalgamation of decades of action platformers into one extremely fun experience. Kratos is one of Sony's only actual mascots to last more than a generation or two, and his hyper-violent escapades have captured literally millions. My normie friends are always popping up about the latest adventure of God and Boy, and that's more than you could say for Suikoden 1 and 2 Remastered. Santa Monica Studios' God of War franchise has had such wild success with not only its aesthetic and interesting storytelling, but also the gameplay. So much so that it, like many other hits before it, have become a staple of how third-person action games should be. This thing practically mainstreamified mashy QuickTime events in order to do super over-the-top glory kills, and you still see those everywhere. So I always thought that when the late 2000s rolled around that your third-person action gameplay styles embarked on one of 4 routes. You had Souls-likes with their slower, more unforgiving nature, Devil May Cry's with their stylish and heavily involved combo systems, usually scored all old school. Then we've got Arkham's and God of Wars. You know what I mean by Arkham's. For a while there, and still kinda today, a lot of games were doing the Batman Arkham Asylum thing, but prior to that, it was all about Kratos. Fast and frenzied attacks, multiple weapons, was light platforming, simple combo strands, and usually it was easy enough for anyone to pick up and play. Just maybe don't give this one to a child. Speaking of clones, I mean, we literally just talked about Sonic Unleashed, which is half a God of War, so this is quite literally the next logical step. Just a little less werehog. So yo, it's Austin, and today we're gonna be talking about the now forgotten world of God of War clones. There was like a 5-year period where pretty much every hack and slash wanted to follow in the steps of the Greek god, and for those of us who were there, it was a lot. But before we follow the footsteps of some others who followed some footsteps, let's check in with some other champions with today's sponsor, you know the one, Raid Shadow Legends.
I'm back, baby.
Pick up the phone, it's raid time. And if you haven't started playing yet, there's quite literally millions of others who have already picked up the ball. Raid is a team-based RPG with over 650 champions from different factions. You like making different teams and min-maxing customization? This is the game for you. It's totally free to play, easy to pick up and put down, and there's tons of bosses you can challenge, or you can take on real players in PvP in the arena. I, for one, like the sheer variety of champions at your disposal. There's so many different combinations and party comps that you can put together. And it helps that you got a lot of cool champions to power up. I myself am a big fan of Talia, she's cute, and who else has a giant sword that they can shoot fire out of? Not me. That's for sure. So this month, Raid's actually introducing a bunch of new stuff, including a new dungeon and artifact ascension. The Sand Devil's Necropolis is sure to be a challenge for every player, and there's a bunch of new champions making the rounds. Y'all know the holidays are here, and we've got brand new champs of the festive variety too. Raid's got a new extra bonus now. You can get legendary champion Ronda Chase based off of famed athlete Ronda Rousey for free. You just gotta play 7 days between now and February 20th, no matter if you're new or a longtime player. You can also use promo code RAIDRONDA to get some items to boost them up. Also, if you're an Amazon Prime member, you can get your exclusive rewards in Raid right now. So here's what you gotta do. You gotta click the link down in the description or scan the QR code on the top right, and that's gonna get you a bunch of unique bonuses worth $30. There's the new champion Aina, along with 200,000 silver, 1 energy refill, 1 XP boost, and an ancient shard so you can get more champs. This is available for 30 days for all new players. Just make sure to navigate over here on your phone in order to snag the rewards. So click that link in the description, get the bonus for me, and start playing Raid Shadow Legends today.
Goodbye.
Thanks again for visiting Mr. Shadow Legends. Now, for more video games, or more specifically, God of War clones. Prior to the original God of War coming out, there were a ton of hack and slashes. It's not like it was a brand new idea or anything. However, you can definitely see when they started to take inspiration from it. So how about them proto God of Wars? You know, the ones that helped shape the genre. There's a lot. I think everyone knows God of War wasn't a new concept. It's similar to, say, Pokemon. It wasn't the first RPG to do the Monster Collection thing. That honor would probably fall on something like Digital Devil's Story Megami Tensei. But it was Pokemon that really popularized the concept into something so marketable and well-liked that even though your game runs like absolute trash, it'll still be the fastest selling Nintendo game ever.
True.
Something like God of War has its roots in things like Dynasty Warriors that wanted to throw a ton of dudes at you, not necessarily make you think too hard about individual fights and let you do a little bit of juggling. I think that's the main thing about old school God of War anyways. Yeah, there's encounters and enemies that require a little bit of thinking, but when the fodder comes out, start swinging around those blades of chaos like it's nobody's business. Some people like to use the word clone the other way, but 3 years prior to Kratos, we'd get Rygar the Legendary Adventure. Easily one of the most visually and gameplay similar titles you could get. It's hard to argue that when you look at them side by side. Sword on a chain, shield on a chain. Although God of War has a clear one-up in the voice acting.
Is that the monster from my dream?
Jeez. Made by Tecmo, who were 100% games in this era, Rygar is a reboot of an old Japanese arcade and NES platformer that, by all means, wasn't very memorable. But this dude flinging his shield around like a weapon was, and the console version was neat. I played it as a little kid. It's really hard. Flash forward to 2002, and we've got The Legendary Adventure, a 3D
You know, é um bocado altinho para mim.
The action platformer that kind of just looks like God of War
Hasta
in
más chido,
multiple aspects, just maybe with a little less violence and boobs. It doesn't help that they're both heavily inspired by Greek and Roman mythology, so a lot of the architecture and even enemy styles are basically the same. It does play quite a bit slower though, as
Militar's
Rygar's
God
shield
of War
swing has a bit
querido.
more weight to it. You can knock dudes around and feel like a super powerful guy, but it's not quite, you know, grabbing someone and ripping them in half. The puzzle platforming does feel similar though. It kind of treads into Zelda territory at times with the exploration, and the environments feel like big open vistas, even if the whole thing is level based. Rygar the Legendary Adventure was pretty good for the time and still holds up decently enough, but definitely has that proto God of War feeling. And you'd be seeing a decent amount of these. Prior to God of War, you had Forgotten Realms Demon Stone. I think this one's a total hidden gem these days, and it's one that's kind of halfway
What's this?
between God of War and the super good Lord of the Rings 2 Towers video game, which makes sense because the developer Stormfront Studios made it. Who would have thought? Demon Stone has you controlling one of 3 characters and going on a D&D adventure, actually written by famed author R.A. Salvatore, which also means you're getting some dritz. Sorry to all the Drow haters out there. Kinda similar to this, but there was also Gauntlet 7 Sorrows, the follow-up to Gauntlet Legends. This technically came out a little after God of War, but they'd obviously be developed at the same time. You could tell they wanted to add more weight to the combat as opposed to doing the button mashy, kill a million rats, green wizard needs food badly shtick that they were doing, but it lost a little bit of the charm in the process. This one lacks the combo depth. But if you want blood and guts, there's no better proto-Gao to hop into than Nano Breaker. A Konami-made hack and
Did they
slash
say
that's
Nano
so
Breaker?
bloody, they decided to count the gallons of blood you spilled in the corner of the screen. Also, this game takes place in 2021. I knew the last few years were something else, but I think I forgot this happening. Nano Breaker really lets you let loose in a way that does tread into God of War territory, but unfortunately has quite a bit of jank that holds it back. It has you fighting a lot of dudes at the same time, with different weapons, with different bits of platforming here and there. The one thing it does well is have you manually customize your combos, but those combos never really reach the heights or fluidness of Kratos swinging around like a madman. Though for real, this is like some Elfen Lied levels of blood, as in excessive and for no reason. Don't mind me, just video gamifying murder. There's other hack and slashes from this era, absolutely, but these and maybe like Genji are the closest it would get to God of War before that style would become dominant, which means it's gonna get a lot more obvious. So God of War is officially out. It and its sequel get a ridiculous amount of praise, and they're both some of the highest reviewed games on the console. Heck, the sequel sells over 4 million copies despite coming out in 2007, like 2 years into the next gen. Enough time has passed, and it's time for the clones. The first few were obvious, to say the least. I'm not talking about something like Viking Battle for Asgard, which definitely did take the whole ancient mythology stick and ran with it. That's a whole thing in itself, but I'm talking about Conan. Developed by Nihilistic Software, the people behind Marvel Nemesis Rise of the Imperfects,
Conan.
which is just the worst to start. THQ's Conan is about as shameless as you could get. Advertised as a
Really?
mishmash of hack and slashes out there, the team pulled influence from both God of War and Ninja Gaiden in order to toss this together. Unfortunately, the release schedule got borked up pretty bad. Originally slated for 2008, they pushed it up to 2007 due to THQ having a bad fiscal year, most likely resulting in, well, a lack of polish. And that it did. Conan is a decent concept. I mean, it's Conan the Barbarian. You go, you slice dudes up, go unga bunga and look at half-naked people. There's no D-sliders like in Exiles, but you do have the ability to change weapons on the fly. You've got quite a basic array of combos tied to whatever weapon you're holding, and you switch by quite literally grabbing whatever's around you. You kill a dude, you could probably use his weapon. Though it doesn't seem to matter too much because the AI here is, scared? Conan doesn't feel great, but that actually might be the best
this is
thing
not
about
where I
it
wanna
because
go
the jank
yet.
makes the violent moments more comical than anything. Dudes will just die in ridiculous positions, and I'm always down for some stupid ragdolling. But at the end of the day, it's very much a God of War clone, and you'd best believe that you'll be mashing out QTEs at every turn. It's like a perfect 6 out of 10, but also incredibly bland and without anything pushing it to that next level. It also came out in the same year as God of War 2, months later, and in most ways, it just felt like a big step back. Conan is cool, but not that cool. Well, why does this look like the Californication music video? Speaking of obvious, how about the time Sony tried to do the exact same thing Again, I think a lot of people forget about Heavenly Sword, especially the fact that it came out in the same year as God of War 2, which frankly is easy to do considering Sony has never ported it and hasn't brought it up for nearly a decade. But I remember Heavenly Sword being like super hyped before it came out. It was one of those games that was supposed to save the PlayStation 3, and visually it looked miles above anything we'd seen at the time. Famed voice actors and the hype machine were one thing, but also the main character Nariko was one they were trying to push as a sex symbol, kind of like Lara Croft or Aki Final Fantasy Spirits Within. Her sword isn't the only thing that's heavenly. What does that even mean? Well, that was only enough to bring it to around 1 million in sales, which unfortunately didn't break even, which is a shame. I thought Ninja Theory's way more cinematic take on the hack and slasher was a pretty decent time, even if it had a ton of framey technical issues and it required a lot of the 6-axis. Heavenly Sword has its moments, and its flashiness and over-the-top ridiculous hair physics have always stuck with me, but it's definitely borderline more of a tech demo more than a full-length game that I would recommend playing. But you know what wasn't a tech demo? Castlevania Lords of Shadow. Coming out 3 years later in 2010, Castlevania Lords of Shadow was quite the polarizing point for a lot of classic Castlevania fans. For starters, it was the first game in a while to have nothing to do with the long-running series director and producer Koji Igarashi. But it was also completely different than everything the series had done for the last decade or so, as in it was straight up God of War, like kind of one-to-one. Developed by Spanish video game studio Mercury Steam, the people behind American McGee Scrapland, and nowadays Metroid Dread, Lords of Shadow is a more than capable God of War clone and a very different entry into the Castlevania franchise. You just gotta set your expectations before going in, because if you're wanting Order of Ecclesia, you're gonna be disappointed. Though that game freaking slaps. Oh, also Koji Pro's here. You play as Gabriel Belmont, the saddest Belmont there ever was. Seriously, this dude looks like he's about to start crying anytime he's on the screen. Like, bro, it's gonna be okay. It goes through all the Kratos staples, but your main weapon is the Combat Cross, which is like multiple Castlevania staples in one. A super powerful whip in the shape of a crucifix? Yep. You can use light and shadow magic to do more damage or heal up, and generally things feel really good. I've got no complaints with Lords of Shadow 1 other than the fact that I generally prefer 2D Castlevanias, but I mean, that's not really fair to say. But hey, Konami's reboot gamble paid off, and Lords of Shadow became the highest selling game in the franchise still to this day.
What?
It has some absolutely stunning vistas that still look great in 2022, and a lot of the boss fights smell of Shadow of the Colossus. Sure, it's not super original, but this Hollywoodified Castlevania is a solid time for just about anyone. On the other hand, the sequel, Lords of Shadow 2, was not met so kindly. I'm not too sure as to why, as I never played it, but it seems like every review and a thread I read about it can't decide on one thing either. So I guess, in conclusion, gamers are upset. With the super obvious and notable out of the way, I think that we should go a little bit deeper. A few years after God of War's initial success, you would start to see more and more of these copycats come out of very varying quality. Some were decent, some were great, and some were neither of those. Just like the film industry, we've got B games. And some of those suck. Like Golden Axe Beast Rider, a game that wanted to be God of War so bad, but failed in every aspect. I've played it before, can't do it again. In the early 2010s, digital gaming platforms began to take more and more market space, most notably because of Steam. I'm an old school disc and CD key kind of guy, so the idea of a central store holding everything I've ever bought with DRM was a little unnerving, but its ease of use and popularity has kind of made it the to-go spot for, well, everything. It's spread between a lot of platforms now, but in this era, if you wanted to play a smaller B game, indie or whatever, it would probably hop on Steam. That also means you're gonna get a lot of not so good games, like Garshasp the Monster Slayer, an extremely ambitious title originally developed out of Iran. Does God of War pretty much one for one, or at least it tried to.
I hope he talks about the
guy with his extremely weird-looking face goes through all the hack and slash staples. You got heavy and light attacks, grab combos. See the red orb? Got open it for souls, or whatever the currency's called. Pretty much the same thing. You kind of just level up mid-combat, and if you're mashing away, you won't get to see your new combos. I don't think time has been kind to this font. Enemies have way too much health, the combat is super janky, and overall it's not very fun. For some reason, I think the lighting is busted on newer graphics cards because everything is just so bright. It isn't very good, but it was a pretty big deal to have something of this ambition and scale come out on the indie scene. It kind of got memed about back in the day, and for some reason even managed to get a sequel, Garshasp Temple of the Dragon, a game that came out a year later, doesn't have a wiki or any real development info on it, and is just basically more of the same. I like the idea of Garshasp. He's based off a mythological figure from Persia, a cool monster slayer that, I guess, slays monsters. But these games kinda suck. I do like saying the word Garshasp. Frickin' Garshasp. It certainly rolls off the tongue easier than Marlo Briggs in The Mask of Death.
Yay,
Another
Marlo
B game.
Briggs.
This one's more Deadly Premonition than actually
That's the
bad.
one.
And it's also quite literally
That's the best
a
God of War
B-movie
clone.
style game. They told him to go to hell. He was dead ready. I think that's a typo. Already? Marlo Briggs is one of the weirdest games to come out in this era. Developed
Weirdest
by
or
Zootfly
best?
and Microsoft
Come on, man.
Studios, this came out in 2013, and I'm totally surprised this thing didn't make a louder bang. It quite literally starts with one and fire everywhere, as Marlo is a firefighter. He's going on vacation with his archaeologist girlfriend Eva, who's definitely not taking a vacation, who realizes that, hey, maybe this Heng Long dude is extremely evil, I should quit. Then Marlo's killed with a totally normal scythe, resurrected by it, and it's just non-stop explosions. And that's just like the first 5 minutes. Thankfully, the pacing doesn't really stop, and this B-movie style video game keeps its ridiculousness coming at you the entire time. And it's got some pretty decent gameplay. It's, well, a clone of God of War. It's very similar. The weapons
It's
are
so cool.
similar to their Kratosian counterparts, and frankly, it's better off for doing that. Obviously, the huge budget God of War titles are gonna be the smoothest and best, but you can't hate on a digital-only title that launched at $15. One that you could snag frequently on sale now for like 99 cents. It's obviously not perfect. The AI can be pretty brain dead. There's practically zero replay value, and the vistas are lacking variety and scale. I hope you like jungles, temples, and machines. That's all you're getting. But this thing was way cooler than it had any right to be, even
True.
if it's a little glitchy. And it helps that you don't have any kind of expectations there, like with a sequel. If you tell me that a classic 80s or 90s franchise is gonna be getting a reboot, then there's gonna be some hype and expectations, especially if it's something as bizarre as Splatterhouse, a game for the longest time I thought was Sega. That's on me though. I've always associated the classic Splatterhouse 2 and 3 with the Sega Genesis, and they weren't ever seen elsewhere, so it's like, yeah, of course. But no, Namco's classic ode to Western 80s horror has itself a Famicom game. The 2010 Splatterhouse reboot is marred in controversy for multiple reasons. During development, Namco Bandai effectively took the game away from the original dev, Bottle Rocket, in turn causing them to have to shutter. There's a leaked footage trailer out there showcasing the original version with a lot more realistic and gritty visuals than we ended up getting. Hyperviolence meets cell shading, and also a Metacritic score of 59. Alright. Splatterhouse Reboot is a really interesting game because it has a lot of ideas that play around with the God of War mainstays. This is like prime QTE time, and these things pop up a lot. Except when you mash them in this game, everything turns into a blood fountain. Like Nano Breaker. Yeah, that's a little much. I'm not gonna show too much of that, but the combat is overall a little bare bones, especially when you compare it to other clones in this video. It's fun in spurts, and some of the combos you unlock do look cool, but it lacks depth. When you look at the gameplay here compared to the original trailer, even though it allegedly didn't run well, it really makes you think. The biggest saving grace here is the story and everything that goes on with that. You play as kinda normal wife guy Rick, who, well, basically ends up being in the same situation as Marlo Briggs. Except instead of being possessed by a scythe, it's a mask that hulks you out. The Terror Mask is kinda like the Stone Mask from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, except it's one voiced by the extremely talented Jim Cummings, Mr. Pingas himself. The voice he does for this is somewhere between Darkwing Duck, Winnie the Pooh's Tigger, and that one Ventrilo harassment video.
Don't wait for Jim. You'll all be joining her soon enough.
I got a ring in there last night.
Ultimately, Splatterhouse's disappointment because of what it could have been. It's clear the troubled dev cycle neutered a lot of this, and even with a delay, it still fell short. There are some neat touches and fun moments here and there. The devs really paid homage to the original Splatterhouse games in some of the 2D sections. Heck, you can even unlock all three of the original titles. There's also a lot of fun and smaller interactions with the enemies and environments in combat, but this game is way harder than it needed to be. It's very repetitive, glitchy, the load times are killer, and even with a dope soundtrack, it's something that comes off as clearly unfinished, which I guess considering what happened, makes sense. There's a really nice Polygon article that goes into a lot of detail, or even my bud Matt McMuscle's What Happened on it. Check those out because they know way more about the splats than I do. But in terms of B games and God of War clones, you really can't go wrong with Marlo Briggs. To me, nothing says 3D hack and slash quite like a licensed game, and in the 7th gen when these were still popping off left and right, God of War was still the new hotness. So, of course, take one, the other, put it together, and we have a bunch of those. If you had yourself a superhero or a cool heroic character, you could toss them into one of these and it would be a pretty decent fit, at least most of the time. As we learned with Thor God of Thunder, that's not always the case. I'm not really sure why, but combining comic book characters with God of War was like the thing to do. Beyond Thor, you had like Ghost Rider, which felt somewhere between this and Devil May Cry. There was the movie licensed Green Lantern, Rise of the Manhunters, that is way better than the film, which isn't hard to do. Then you've got some actually pretty good games in the formula, like Star Wars The Force Unleashed or Afro Samurai, the latter of which I covered in the past and still kinda like. Then we come to Hellboy, The Science of Evil for the PlayStation 3, aka the darkest video game I've ever played. What in the world? I can't see. Based off the Del Toro film and coming out 4 years later, Chrome Studios and Konami's Hellboy is a bit of a disaster. I feel like Hellboy's destined to never have a good game as a whole, but this attempt was something else. Not that it's fair to compare at all, but Heavenly Sword came out a whole year prior, then Hellboy be looking genuinely like a PS2 game. There's some neat ideas. You've got different types of ammunition that have different purposes, be it for combat or opening chests, but it doesn't seem to deviate too far from that. Its only saving grace is that there's a cooperative multiplayer mode, but that also requires convincing someone to play Hellboy PS3 with you, and that might be a challenge. I would have gone further in, but my copy kept crashing, so yeah, apparently it does get brighter. I can't believe they announced a brand new Hellboy game literally yesterday as I was editing this video, but it is
looks
what
like
it
a
is.
comic.
I hope it's good. However, you know what rules and is visible from start to finish? X-Men Origins Wolverine. I've been wanting to cover this for a while now, and what better time? We're playing the PlayStation 3 version, the Uncaged Edition. X-Men Origins Wolverine is one of those games that has several different versions, the type of thing that I like to talk about. There's one for the PS2 and Wii, one on the 7th gen consoles, one on the PSP, another on the Nintendo DS, and lastly, one on Java devices, your Blackberries. So yeah, 5 completely different tie-ins for a movie that, well, kinda sucked. Still to this day, the only way I'll watch this film is via that leaked work print with its hysterical unfinished CG. I shouldn't laugh at this, but I do. Also, what were they thinking with Deadpool? There's not enough time. The PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 versions of Wolverine are the only proper God of War clones. The previous gen has some of the same DNA, but lacks the speed and scale of the big kid version. Although, I do love the plaid shirt. However, the reason the next gen SKUs are titled Uncaged is because they're the only ones with blood and guts. And oh boy, is Wolverine one of the most violent things I've ever played. Ew, oh my god, they got away with that? Fully embracing the fact that Wolverine's special abilities include healing, developer Raven Software went full Mortal Kombat and upped the violence to levels unseen in, well, most comics, movies, and every adaptation of everyone's favorite X-person. Anytime you deal or take damage, there's gonna be body parts flying around and holes. If you ever wanted to see straight through Logan, here you go. This is totally what we're gonna get in Deadpool 3, huh? The game itself, it's not perfect, but it is an extremely fun God of War clone. One that gets you really powered up and slicing through dudes like it's nothing. It's just like many titles in this video, a little repetitive after a few hours. Despite using primarily one weapon, the claws, your moveset is more varied than you'd think. You'll combine light and heavy attacks along with abilities that use a gamified representation of rage in order to pull off crazy moves like a tornado spin, most of which feel pretty good to pull off. But easily my favorite thing here is the lunge attack. You don't just use it to platform, you also use it to jump around long distances in combat, sometimes even a vehicle to keep moving. You're basically grabbing dudes and bouncing off the walls like a cat with zoomies, but just one that wants to kill people. Things feel good, and the only major thing holding this back is definitely the technical issues. It's like I always say, that 7th generation of consoles was stinky. Running this thing natively on my cell processorified PlayStation 3, I was getting tons of frame dips pretty much anytime I was in combat. Not to mention the pop-in, the Unreal Engine 3 Special. Wow, this is still going. Obviously, since this was published by Activision and can't be obtained anywhere anymore, I don't expect this licensed gem will ever get a port ever, so it'll remain with that crust. It did come out on the PC, but the only way you're getting that is by sailing the high seas. However, thanks to the modern power of emulation, you can run this thing pretty well and see what a fully, well, uncaged Wolverine looks like. Before Arkham Asylum came out later that year, to me at least, X-Men Origins Wolverine was the superhero video game, the God of War clone, and I hope more people check it out. It's so much better than the movie it's based on, and even though it's a quick 7 to 9 hour long experience, there's plenty to hold your attention. You like costumes? Here, have Yellow Suit Wolverine. What's not to like? It was a rare tie-in that was good in a time where they were mostly bad, and digital Hugh Jackman never looked so good, even if he's just lathered in blood. There's other licensed Kratos likes to get into, but if we go into those, we'll be here all day. So yada yada, excited for the new Insomniac game? Yeah, okay, next.
One more to tackle today, and it's hands down the most obvious of the bunch, but also a game I really enjoyed. It's also a little bit of every category we've gone over. When people think of God of War clone, the first thing that probably comes to mind is Dante's Inferno, and it's a good one.
Based off Dante Alighieri's Divine Comedy, Dante's Inferno is something that by all means should have bombed. I mean, the ad campaign and even original announcement video literally told anyone watching to go to hell. And while super appropriate to the source material, it had Daikatana energy. However, you put Bill Withers' Ain't No Sunshine into a video game trailer and I'ma listen.
What? What's happening?
Published by EA and developed by Visceral Games, this was really freaking cool. Those first trailers made it super evident that this was going to be treading pretty close to Kratos territory, but I feel like no one really cared. I'm not really sure if it was consumer apathy, what people expected of EA, or at this point the hack and slash genre kind of normalizing, but this came out without any real controversy or a Vanilla Ice moment.
Ding, 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 that little bitty change.
It's super close too. Extremely similar camera angles, puzzles, heck, you even activate chests and relics the exact same way. It's kind of an egregious copycat, but Visceral gave it a bunch of small touches to make it shine. The whole game is also just like the coolest concept. Imagine Doom, but more religious. You play as, well, Dante, a Templar who totally didn't do anything wrong. He's killed, vows to redeem himself, sews a cross into his chest, and is just trying to save his dead lover's soul. Like, the first boss battle, pretty much right out of the gate, is against Death himself. You murder him, steal his scythe, dive into hell, and go deeper and deeper until you fight Lucifer. It's like Diablo, but with way more yeah. In fact, I can't really show you a huge bulk of the runtime here, otherwise we'd get demonetized. I'm very surprised that EA managed to get away with this back in the day. But what else would you expect from the company that hired Christian protesters as a publicity stunt? Yeah, I'm serious. The game itself? It's fun, like way better than you'd probably imagine. You've got 2 different attack styles, Death's Scythe as well as a Holy Cross. You unlock additional combos as you level up with usage of souls, which obviously plays into the theme of Dante's totally not selfish and charitable actions. The Scythe works for close and mid-ranged attacks, while the Cross throws out giant ranged beams in the shape of a crucifix. It sounds pretty ridiculous when I say it out loud. You'll be fighting hordes and hordes of hell demons, the misshaped remnants of the damned, and physical representations of the Circle of Hell. It starts really strong, and it feels on par with your God of Wars in terms of spectacle, environments, and things to do. Your combat growth feels good, the aesthetics gel nicely, and each half hour you spend feels refreshing. Then for some reason, the back half of this feels really samey. The world becomes largely brown and gray. The puzzles and enemies get rehashed multiple times, and it honestly just kind of comes off like Visceral Games ran out of budget and time, which is very typical of EA in the late 2000s and early 2010s. Granted, there's only so much you can do visually with, you know, hell, but with a production time of only around 2 years, you're pretty limited. I do like that you come across random sinners and you're given the choice to forgive or punish them, each giving you points towards your holy and unholy meters. Saying that out loud is absurd. This is like everything evangelists feared about video games growing up, and the fact that you can say something like, oh yeah, make sure to punish Chiako on chapter 3 so you can reach level 4 unholy is hysterical. This dude just liked to eat. Time for double murder. I think EA wanted Dante's Inferno to be a way bigger deal than it ended up being. I mean, it was their answer to Sony's God of War. It was a big budget AAA. They set up a sequel in the credits and were even working on it. There was a comic book series and even an animated film, and we can't forget the DLC that came out 2 months after release, Trials of St. Lucia. I never played this myself as I bought the game at release and slammed through it in a weekend, but this was a multiplayer fighting arena that was actually playable co-op. Seemed kind of close to a Bloody Tower type of thing, but with the ability to customize the arenas online. I don't think anyone was expecting Dante to go multiplayer, but there we go. However, this was sunset without warning in 2020 and is no longer playable.
It's a shame. Unfortunately, the developer Visceral would work with EA on the Dead Space series and would also get shut down in 2017 to no fault of their own considering the publisher in charge. The good old EA kill count. Apparently a second Dante's Inferno was in development, but I think the subpar sales, reception, and a lack of interest put this one on the shelf. It doesn't help that when Inferno came out, it was quite literally surrounded by high-profile releases. In the months surrounding it, you'd get Mass Effect 2, Stalker, BioShock 2, the heavily advertised Heavy Rain, and then God of War 3 itself was less than a month out. Though if you ask me, they're crazy for releasing a day after Star Ocean 4.
I want to take nappy time with Edgy.
I would have loved to see what Visceral could have done with a second attempt, or even a little more development time. Dante's Inferno is a game that has really solid fundamentals, exciting and gripping combat, and a concept that, for technically a licensed game, is memorable. Or it'll at least leave an image of Lucifer's dong stuck in your mind forever. Sorry, can't show it, but you got Google. I will say they did a really good job porting this thing to the PSP. It's kind of impressive they fit a majority of it in there. These days, if you don't want to whip out an old bulky console, the only way to play Dante's Inferno is on the Xbox Series via Game Pass, or shoving an old 360 copy into the disc drive via backwards compatibility. And it does look really nice running upscaled and with a smoother frame rate. I don't think this will ever get ported due to Visceral not existing anymore, but we've got a Dead Space remake on the horizon, so you never know. Overall, for being the game that people think about when the words God of War clone come up, it sure does a pretty decent job holding up over the years. If you've never tried it before, I honestly think Dante's Inferno is a fun 6 or 7 hour long romp for anyone that wants to see a completely ridiculous concept take itself 100% seriously.
The third circle of hell, reserved for gluttons, like the guy who always takes the last donut on Donut Friday.
So there you have it, the often forgotten world of God of War clones. A lot, and I mean a lot of these games are pretty much stuck on the 7th generation and were like one and done kind of deal. So if you want to go back and play some of these, a lot of them portless, you're gonna have to dig out some old hardware. Or in the case of X-Men Origins Wolverine, other methods. You can play Garshasp though, but maybe you shouldn't. I covered as many as I thought fit this time around, and believe me, there's a lot of games I axed that people were saying were God of War clones that I'm like, I don't know about that, but I've been wrong before. So if there's anything you think that really fits here that I missed, let me know down in the comments and I'll see if I can cover it again in the future. Brain hurt, too many games. Make sure to check out today's sponsor. And if you want to support the channel directly, hop on over to the Patreon or buy a t-shirt at the Pixel Empire. I'm also going to be opening up the Discord server to the public in mid-January with a couple of different rooms to make it so it works for everybody. So stay tuned to that. You can check out updates on that, probably on my Twitter or maybe a YouTube community post, I don't know. Am I doing this because of the other social media being weird and not great? Maybe. Anyways, I've been Austin, and catch me next time when we go into the big annual video of my Suffering or Gotham Knights. Whatever one gets finished first. I'm juggling here. Thank you so much for watching. Special Patreon shout out to Abe Vox, Aaron Kwolek, Blackfoot Ferret, Chris Shelton, Christopher Oliva, Doug Prince, DX Buster, David Molnar, Elijah, GN Pinks, Hey Quiggles, Jay Roos, Jacoby Fitzpatrick, Kevin Zanowski, Karen Arter, Nami Babs, Nick Irving, Ryan Talbert, and Shazan. Thank you all so much for your generous support. It's December, holidays are here, and we got a couple more videos to close out the month. I'm gonna be working my hardest to get some stuff out for the holiday season, and then I'm gonna be taking a little bit of a break, just like a month or so. I will be at MagFest 2023, so I'm not there on any kind of official capacity. I just like to troll around and go goblin mode or whatever the kids are saying these days. Also, yes, I will be opening the Discord. I will have more details on that later, so you can join the chaos and hopefully not do anything stupid. Also, right now, go drink a glass of water. You need it. Okay, bye.
I don't get it. Está muito silêncio. É que meteu outro vídeo qualquer. I'm not gonna talk. This is fuck. This is fuck. This is fuck, guys. Guys, fuckerino. Olá. Estás melhor? Sentes melhor? The weirdest emo.
Hello, follow me. Okay.
Man, depois disto. I'm okay. I'm living. All 3D Pokemon games, 8 hours. Tentar ver se escolho vídeo, ou então não ponho nada. Keep that ended Sonic Adventure 2 speed. No, that's... No. Not that. Analysis of Harry and Meghan Netflix documentary. I don't think so too. Dizem vídeo para ver. What makes a cool winter level? Wow, that's a good question. What does make a good winter level? Seems like a cool thing to learn.
Wake up, everyone. It's snowing.
No,
and
stop.
Santa's here with hot chocolate. It's a December miracle. Who wants frostbite? No one? Fine. But how about some great winter levels?
Fuck.
I could go for some of those. I always thought it was interesting that you could slap in a level theme like a snow level into almost any genre. And with the right focus and a few customizations, you could make something that both fits the theme and the game, no matter what type of game it is. I'm starting a series where we go over common level themes and how games create memorable levels from familiar components. And since it's winter, first up is winter levels. Sometimes it's ice, sometimes it's snow, sometimes it's a non-denominational winter holiday, but it's always an option for a level theme. Come inside, warm up by the modder, and let's talk about what makes for a great winter level. But take your shoes off first.
3D Land? Não sei, eu não estou a ver o vídeo.
Kind of rough.
Devia.
You need to up your shoe game. Might I recommend some Vessies? They're waterproof and like really good shoes besides. They're made from Dymatex, a dual climate knit material.
O que eu estou a jogar? Não? Está no ecrã, não está?
Warm when it's cold and dry all the time. They're lighter than clunky boots and more comfortable too. I'm wearing them right now as my daily shoe. And they're super comfortable and actually do for real keep the snow and rain out. There's always a ton of snow on the ground around here in the winter. And when I go for a walk, I don't have to worry about it thanks to my Vessies.
Wait, is it selling shoes?
Check out their holiday sale at vessi.com/designdoc. Get the style and size you want now.
We're selling shoes now?
If you missed the sale, you can use code DesignDoc at checkout to get 15% off your entire order. Vessi is sponsoring this episode, but I wish I knew about them sooner. Go get some good shoes for the holidays, for you or someone you like who needs good shoes. Link in the description. So, winter levels. There are a bunch of common flavors. Ice lakes and frozen tundra, snowy mountains and arctic woods, ski resorts and Christmas towns. Winter levels have a style of their own that's plain to see. You know what's weird about winter levels though? It's rare to see one show up as the default level. A player's first experience with the game is almost never in an ice storm. Unless we're talking about a game where the whole thing is snow themed, your introduction to a character and the game world is rarely winterized. Oh, sure, there are a lot of games that start off in the snow. Red Dead Redemption 2, Borderlands 2, God of War Ragnarok, Crash 2, Pikmin 2, Uncharted 2. I think you see the asterisk. There's a good reason though. Winter levels can be about more than just a graphical change. Winter levels tend to mess around with the basic mechanics of a game. Slippery platforms, reduced visibility, cold temperature survival. The snow theme comes packaged with a sampler pack of options to tweak the default state of a game. Games where a chunk of the audience already knows what the base experience is supposed to be, like in, say, a sequel, seem to have a little more freedom to use an ice theme right out of the gate. Plus, a snowscape is a really easy way to implement a different aesthetic at the start of a sequel, even if you don't want to use any gameplay tweaks. Lots of those sequels start off with a snow level in aesthetics only. The floor isn't ice.
The floor is lava.
You probably see everything on the map pretty well. The winter is just set dressing. The game isn't trying to trick you yet.
Sadly, I don't know what to buy.
But aesthetics only winter levels
My keyboard
are a
sucked.
small corner of the landscape. They could be so much more. Winter levels have a zillion
Mas eu também não sou gamer. Eu só quero mais barato.
lets designers adapt the theme to
E que não
different
se foda.
genres by targeting the kinds of mechanics that
Se calhar
those
tu queres
genres find most important.
RGB
Like in
e
platformers.
mecânica e
Platformers
cenas,
are
não é?
about precision and physics, jumping and running. Winter levels in platformers are an excuse to mess around with the physics of the game. Slippery platforms change how you can run through a level, how precise you have to be to jump on whatever it is you're jumping on. Icy physics is a tried and true way of ratcheting up the difficulty
Não sei, teria que pesquisar.
used to how the game controls. Most of the time, icy platforms just have less traction and you keep your momentum for longer. Once you can't stop on a dime or accelerate out of danger normally, that forces you to rethink how you move.
Yeah.
It works in 3D as
I'm
well
not,
as it does in
I'm not
2D.
into the
Maneuvering
whole
around this bully on
keyboard
top of
thing.
an ice rink in Super Mario 64 Snowman Land forces you to think carefully about momentum if you don't want to fall in the icy cold water. In a physics-based marble game like Marble It Up, you have to hit patches of ice with enough speed so that you can use that momentum to go up slopes. You also have to account for the inability to turn, which can be tricky. If you do things just right though, you can often use ice to gain even more speed. A rare version of platformer ice physics shows up in Ristar. Once you hit ice, you just have no control over your momentum at all. You can jump, but you keep moving forward until you grab onto something, or slam into a hazard. Every game is a little different in exactly how slippery the ice is, or if you have a way to mitigate the effect, like by wearing ice skates or something. What feels slippery enough to be fun, but not so out of control as to become frustrating, will take some trial and error. One of my favorite winter levels doesn't even look like one. Allegro Presto from the original Rayman is a music-themed stage where you're platforming on a musical staff and avoiding sharp notes. It's not at all themed around winter, but every part of the staff has ice physics. Most of the rest of the game is platforming off of rocks and leaves and drums and pencils and other types of ground with normal physics. But this one is start to finish slippery platforming. You can run, build up speed, and fling yourself into the distance in a way that you don't really get to do in any other level in the game. Allegro Presto's icy but not wintry design shows how changing out the platforming physics can make a level stand out from the rest. If you want to see what could be the most elaborate take on what winter levels can do for a platformer, check out Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze.
Whoa,
it's the
that's
sequel
a good
to
game.
Donkey Kong Country Returns, a sort of revival and reimagining of the SNES Donkey Kong Country games. In the first one, there were a ton of different biomes to platform through. Jungles, beaches, canyons, mines, factories, ruins, and volcanoes. But no ice levels. Weird. The devs took note, and for the sequel, everything gets to be an ice level. The island is invaded by Frost Vikings, and you have to fight your way back. When you finally return, the island has been frozen over top to bottom. This last world's main gimmick isn't just that it takes place in a harsh blizzard. Each area is a location from the previous game, now with an icy makeover. Ice jungles, ice beaches, ice factories, and so on. There are a ton of Easter eggs too, where little bits and pieces of the original worlds will show up in the background. The level design
Joguei em co-op e é 1000 vezes mais difícil do que jogar sozinho.
Nostalgia trip though. Each old stage gets transformed with the ice theme to create a unique fusion. The frozen jungles have much more unstable terrain, crumbling as you pass through. The beaches full of wrecked ships
Eu é que sou muito bom. What does that mean?
Glaciers.
Olá, estás bem?
Cliffsides are now dealing with perpetual avalanches and blizzards. All of the dangerous machinery from the factory area is now dangerous and icy. The fusion of old themes makes everything stand out while making them all feel more like part of the same world. It's an incredibly clever way to, at the same time, show the player the impact of the villains and to turn a once familiar location into a substantially more dangerous and climactic final world. Ice works in more than just platformers though. Any action game that relies on precise movement can throw a curveball by using a slippery floor. Overcooked is a chaotic cooking game where you and your friends have to go from station to station to get your food made on time. It's very fast paced and intentionally gives you just barely not enough time or resources to comfortably do what you're being asked to do.
We gaming.
You're bumping into each other as it is. So once they introduce an ice floor in one of the kitchens, it's completely nuts. Now, Overcooked plays into the chaos for laughs anyway, so losing your traction is more funny than frustrating. But you could easily imagine this becoming frustrating in a more serious, higher stakes game. Or a more serious, higher stakes whole genre. Like fighting games. Very serious. Not the place for ice floors. If winter is just a backdrop in a fighting game stage, that's totally fine. Winter backdrops show up in tons of places. But most fighting game designers are smart enough not to mess with the mechanics.
Come on, game
even with a
designers.
good excuse. Fighting games are nothing but precision, timing, positioning, and execution. Ice floors are the opposite of all those things. Doesn't work. You ever see an ice floor in a fighting game? Probably not. Well, maybe one. Soul Calibur 2. Ivy's Egyptian Crypt stage has
Olha aqui, eu não
an
queria
ice
estar. Eu
variation
quero ir para
complete
aquele
with
boss
slippery floor. In
que é hard.
Master Mode, which is a mix of story
Esqueci-me do nome do boss.
fights built around
Vocês
modifier
fizeram
settings.
este boss?
Some of the fights
yeah.
happen on ice floors that also let you follow the ring way more easily.
É muito spooky
It's
esta parte.
miserable to play on. You can picture it in your mind. It's that bad. As a one-off gimmick though, not a big deal. Driving games are all about precision too, though they can use ice and snow just fine. Probably because there's an extra dose of realism to the situation. Forza Horizon 4 has you spending plenty
Mano,
of time
eu passava
on
se tivesse Ice
and the
Physics num
different
fighting
physics
game.
that the track change provides gives an extra challenge, but one that's appropriate to
Se eu perder frame, se eu tiver a jogar
Mario Kart
fighting
isn't as
game e perder
realistic as
frame,
Forza,
passa-me quanto
but
mais.
side tracks can be fun. They're usually designed with wider turns, so if the snow makes you
Quanto mais
drift a
assim.
little wide, don't worry about it. Worry about the snowmen. Snow-based vehicle segments in other types of games can be fun diversions that change up the gameplay loop for
Peraí
a
que eu
bit.
quero meter isto.
Half of all the Sonic games have you sledding on a whale, boarding away from an avalanche, or tricking off an icy halfpipe. They give an excuse for some speedy antics.
Awesome,
even if
para se
only
rirem
for a
de mim,
bit.
não é? Pois.
And of course, dedicated snowboarding games like SSX are their own whole thing. Fine-tuned from the ground up for their physics and controls to feel just right. Now, precise physics-based controls aren't what every genre relies on.
Como é que se chamava?
Strategy games are
Keep
about
forgetting the name
reacting
of
to
this
seeing
guy.
enemies flood into your base, killing your dudes. It's a genre about information and logistics. They're about choosing when
The
and where
Nosk.
to strike. A winter level in an RTS might not use ice floors, but instead might lean into
Fucking
the
name.
visibility problems you get in a blizzard. The fog of war is already a
The
concept
fog
in
of
plenty of strategy
war.
games, and a blizzard gives a thematic reason to tinker with exactly how the fog of war works. In Fire Emblem, a snowy tile will slow you down, but weather conditions might throw a wrench into your plans. In The Binding Blade, a blizzard reduces your visibility, which can set you up to be ambushed. Fire Emblem has permadeath, so surprise fights can be especially scary. In other games, snow gives a penalty to movement, which is a serious problem when the point of the game is about moving units around to where they need to be. In the Blazing Blade, a snowstorm
Blazing
can come
Blade?
and go during some missions,
No,
and lower
enganei-me.
mobility for any unit that isn't inside a building. In Advance Wars, you will sometimes be fighting Blue Moon, a sort of
Advance
Scandinavian
War.
northern wintry themed
Olha,
place.
Advance Wars não ia sair no ano passado, ainda não saiu, meu.
Some more than others.
Aquilo foi
Each
tipo
CO has unique
adiado
powers that tie into
e ainda
their
não
personality
saiu.
more often than not. Olaf's units get to move around normally in snow that slows down everyone else. A big enough bonus for that to count as his entire advantage over the other COs.
Mas foi tipo, a guerra na Ucrânia é um bocadinho mau onde a sair agora, não acham, pessoal?
Visibility and sightlines. It screws around with
fodeu-me
how
a
you
boca.
play a shooter if you can't see what you're shooting at.
Eu acho que isso é tudo
Star Fox
bullshit,
Assault's
meu.
fourth mission takes place
Eles
on
fizeram
Mission,
merda
an
com o
ice
release
world
do
in
jogo
the
e foi
middle
tipo,
of Arceus. Your first
é
goal is
guerra,
to
yeah,
climb
é
a
isso, caga,
control
caga,
station
caga.
to clear the weather. The station is blocked
Caga,
off by a
pessoal.
barrier, and to disable it, you have to take out multiple generators by yourself on foot
Já
or
me
in
fodi com este
Landmaster.
boss.
You're constantly
Boa noite,
dealing with
Vita.
low
Olá,
visibility,
estás boa?
so you have to rely on your radar. It makes the open plains and cliffsides you're fighting over feel much more confined than they would be otherwise. Besides visibility issues, shooters are also
Ok,
built around
dorme bem,
a
Vita.
weapon
Quer dizer,
economy. Gaining
antes
and
de
losing
dormir,
ammo is a major consideration in how fights are constructed.
espero que
and
curtas
Lost
aqui
Planet
esta
uses its
informação
icy
que ele está a dar
setting to
sobre
give
os
a
jogos.
thematic
Ai,
reason to have an unusual economy. Lost Planet takes place on EDN 3, an ice world full
Wow.
of spooky, scary monsters. The game's economy revolves around thermal energy, which you gain from the bugs you fight and need to spend to run vehicles, use the good weapons, and, you know, just stay alive. It's not that hard to keep on top of, but it's at least a novel idea that keeps you constantly on the lookout for more sources of energy. So what about RPGs? They aren't about precision platforming or reacting instantly to changing information at a high level. Movement is just going place to place usually. Fighting is done through menus or through button combos. There's a lot of talking. Winter
Stupid
areas
Nost.
in RPGs often take another path. People
Mas eu
come
quero
to
pale
RPGs to be
Ardil.
taken to a strange world, to see fun interactions between memorable characters, to hear a story. Winter has been used symbolically in literature forever, and snow levels in RPGs can do the same. An RPG that makes you fight through a snowy wilderness might make the game emphasize the conditions of the season, the desolation of the frozen land, the hostility to life, the isolation. Mario 64 doesn't really get into the philosophical implications of Cool Mountain, but Skyrim does for Cool the Throat of the World. Skyrim isn't lacking
this
for
guy,
ice areas, but the Throat of the World is more important than most. There's an
Pulse
impassable
here.
blizzard guarding the mountaintop from the non-chosen ones. But once you've learned how to yell
Hold on,
politely,
I'm on
you can
the-
clear the skies. Parthenax is meditating at the top and wants to talk to you. He's gonna teach you some stuff you'll need later. The blizzard on the Throat of the World is just a fancy invisible wall, but at least it makes narrative sense. If you want winter to be less of a complete barrier and more of a nagging enemy to deal with, look at Breath of the Wild. It's a game that makes use of a temperature mechanic pretty often, and harsh weather conditions will affect every part of the game. Your movement is slower, icy enemies freeze you on touch, falling into water is a fast track to hypothermia. If you're not equipped to deal with it, you just gradually
Não
take
precisas me
damage over
avisar.
time. It's very dangerous. in the
Estás à
early
vontade para mandar
One
mensagem.
of the most difficult parts of the tutorial on the Great Plateau is finding a way to reach the shrine at the top, whose only trick is that it's located in the cold. You can't just brave the cold and tank your way through without doing some prep work.
Acho que é, ó.
Like the rest of the challenges the game throws at you, there
Ok.
are multiple solutions.
Tenho que voltar a
You
jogar
could
a
brute
Zelda
force
Breath
it
of the
and eat
Wild.
something
Vocês
every
gostavam
30
de
seconds, but that's risky if you don't know what you're
que eu
doing.
jogasse?
You could find a heat
Não,
source to
ok,
carry,
pronto, eu não
like a
jogo.
torch, though that torch
Queres
takes
tu
one
mesmo
of
cereais
your
com leite?
hands to
Na
hold.
boa.
Better not fight anything along the way. You could cook something with a spicy pepper and get a temporary cold resistance buff. If you look in the old man's diary in his cabin, you will get some helpful recipes you can make.
That is
Or
what
if
he's
you show him
saying.
how well you can
He's saying the
cook,
truth.
He might give you a more long-term solution. The temperature mechanics in Breath of the Wild present a significant early challenge that pushes the player to do some
Eu gostei
creative
desta
puzzle
cena.
solving,
Podes
which
passar de
sets
duas
them
maneiras
up early
diferentes.
for the open-ended nature of the rest of the game.
Podes fazer brute force ou fazer a tal cena que
Winter
ele disse.
doesn't have to be so bleak though. For a lot of people, winter is a season of holidays, about surrounding yourself with family and friends, coziness,
Mr. Knox, please.
sitting next to a warm fire and watching your neighbors put up Christmas decorations. Winter towns can represent sanctuaries from the cold, and the rhythm of most RPGs need to have sanctuaries anyway. Why not theme one like this? Snowdin is a town in Undertale that's kinda perpetually ready for Christmas. The whole town is a big long break between bosses. The
Sabes
hotel,
ver?
shop, library, and restaurant
Ah,
are filled
fuck
with
yeah.
shop owners ready to toss story beats at you. And
Mas
some
Breath
new
of the Wild é um
people.
bocado seca,
Of
não é?
course, if you so choose, you can decide to make the town not cozy at all.
Just do whatever you
but
want.
That's on you. Winter weather can
Acho que
impact
a próxima
gameplay
vez
in
que
turn-based
jogar,
RPGs pretty easily too.
devia,
In Pokemon Platinum, the snowy Route 2
devia usar mais
can be a
os
bit of a hassle
tablets.
to
Eu,
deal
eu
with.
nunca fui muito
There
usar
are
os
patches of
tablets.
deep snow that make running
Em
not
combate.
an option,
Em
and
combate.
all battles in this area will
Então o
begin
combate
with
ficava um
hail
bocado
weather
seca.
conditions
Mas eu
that
não
will
gostava de estar
damage
sempre a
your Pokemon
selecionar
on each
coisas.
turn. It's not much different mechanically from a poison effect, just themed to match the location. Ice-themed puzzles fit in everywhere. Lots of
True,
snow dungeons
ice-themed,
in adventure games
puzzles
and
no
RPGs use a
Pokémon.
slidey floor to block
Quem é que
out
se lembra?
progress for a bit. You
No
got
Pokémon
two
era
main
altamente.
flavors, one where you're
Tipo
pushing a
no
block, and one where
Dungeons
you're
de Gelo e
block.
assim.
Both involve getting through an area with a zero friction floor to push a pressure plate or something by traveling in straight lines. The moment you pick a direction, you aren't stopping until you hit a wall or a patch of ground. It's a solid puzzle. There's
No
not
Ocarina
much
of
else
Time
to
também
talk
tinha
about.
assim.
It's just there to make you think a few steps ahead about your movement. It's not a bad design by any stretch, but it shows up so many times in ice areas
Pois é, no
that I
Twilight
have to
Princess também
mention.
tem.
Zelda, Final Fantasy, Crosscode, Pokemon,
Dos Luís.
Bomberman,
É verdade.
Professor Layton, Pokemon No Ice
Eu conheço
Edition,
mais algum
Adrian
Luís.
Odyssey, Paper Mario, Chips Challenge, Pokemon Again, Floor Buffer Edition, Okami Dead,
Yeah.
Golden Sun, It'll Do. It's
Pois é,
everywhere.
Ultimate. Aquilo era tipo...
You know I left out
Não era uma
great wins.
true
Head down to the comments and let's talk about your
dungeon,
favorites
era tipo
and some of the more unusual
semi-dungeon.
and inventive ice levels and mechanics that you can think of. Winter
Man, I
levels
love
may
OOT,
seem
só que
similar
eu
on
sinto
the
que-
surface, but drill down to the individual aspects.
Qualquer coisa naquele
you
jogo
can
que eu
mix
gostava
and
de partilhar
match
com
nice
pessoas,
levels
mas
to
não...
create something unique enough
Somehow não
to
consigo.
elevate a game.
Com pessoas tipo... Ei, olhem que eu gosto. Mango do Ribeiro, mas se quiser podemos falar cross-chat. Cross-chatting? Pelo menos dá para ver aqui no... Eu aglomero tudo, não é? Está tudo agglomerated. Ora bem. Ancient Basin. Ancient Based. Pois é. Pessoal, que vídeo é que eu vejo agora? Eu gostava de continuar a ver coisas de jogos. Coisas remotamente parecidas, relacionadas com o jogo. Está a ver distraído. Mais design dock. O que é que será que ele tem? O design docker. Design dockador. Day and Night Cycle. Olha, acho que estou sempre a evitar este vídeo. Toma! É isto que eu vou ver. Toma! Doutor Design? Nunca tinha pensado. Sabes porquê? Porque eu leio doc como...
What's more natural
Documento.
than a day-night cycle? Every morning is a new beginning, and has been for all of time. Every one of
Pale
you,
R.
everyone you've ever known,
Vamos pensar.
all
Pale
who will
R.
ever be. We're all locked into the rhythm of the cosmos. No matter
Okay,
what
pause
comes to
now.
pass, the sun arrives tomorrow all the same. Where were we? Oh right, video games. It's no surprise that games use day-night cycles all the time. But just because they pop up everywhere, that doesn't mean every game uses them in the same way. They can show
They
up
don't.
as anything.
Por acaso devia
from a
estar mais atento a este
graphical
vídeo.
tweak to a thematic coding, from a simple timer to a dose of realism in an immersive sim, from a thing that shows up as a different
Also,
skybox
guys,
to one
eu
that
quero mesmo
determines what
jogar
type
o...
of game you're even playing. Let's talk about how games can use a day-night cycle and how you can make one worth waking up for. If you're
All
working day
night
and
to
night
have
to
a
get
curse.
project
Oh
done,
no.
you'll want to look at this episode's sponsor, Milnote. Milnote is a
Day-night cycle
fantastic
nesse
tool
jogo
to
é
help you
melhor.
get your projects organized. It's a slick and easy online interface where your project can live, holding all your storyboards and mood boards, notes and themes, to-dos, and inspiration. Milnote keeps everything in one place so your whole team can stay creative.
Onde é
It's
que eu quero
especially
ir?
great for
Quero
distributed
ir...
teams with different schedules and can help keep everyone on the same page working towards the same
Same page.
vision, no matter if they're a night owl or an early bird. It's incredibly easy to use, whether you're a designer or an artist, a coder,
Ele está a vender
a
coisas?
manager, and no matter the size of your team. Milnote has intuitive drag and drop controls and built-in templates for game design. So if you've got a game idea kicking around, take a spin on Milnote to help get your thoughts together. It's free to sign up. Click the link in the description to help take your
Click
projects
the
from
link,
a dream
bro.
to a plan. Thanks, Milnote. Games need to change. Wait, hang on. Not like that. I mean it more literally. Games need to change as you're playing them. If the experience of playing a game starts one way and never changes, that game won't hold a player's attention for very long. Now, having a game change over time is not that hard to do. The idea of change is so broad that it can mean almost anything. In an RPG, maybe the story changes and moves forward. In a game like Rocket League, the rules are the same, but the opponents are always playing a little differently, and the depth of the game's mechanics lets you get a little better at them over time. The experience of playing the game is not the same at hour 1 as at hour 100. It changes. Day-night cycles give you a ton of different possible ways to set up some kind of change. and you can use different elements of that theme to make the change make sense in the context of the world you're making. Anything from aesthetics, to story setup, to discrete gameplay modes, to connecting your game to real life. You've got lots of options, but let's start with the most straightforward one. You don't have to do all that much to take advantage of a day-night cycle. It can be just about aesthetics. You can make your game look a little different to evoke day and night, and that by itself will give a taste of a changing world, even if it's just a superficial change. Super Mario Sunshine is all about that glorious
Super Mario?
For every shine sprite you collect, you bring a little bit more brightness to the main hub. Most stages you enter take place in broad daylight, but there are a few exceptions. Serena Beach dips into the twilight to create a unique
Eu já joguei
haunted
Super
house
Mario
atmosphere.
Sunshine on stream,
One stage, though, covers a full
mas nunca tive
midnight
vontade de jogar
cycle,
outra vez,
Pianta
porque,
Village.
come on.
The ancestral home of the Piantas hosts 8 shines, each one alternating between night and day. The changing atmosphere lends itself to a sense of progression as you collect each sprite. The stage events feel like they happen over several days, even culminating in a little festival in the end. Compared to the other stages, Pianta Village feels a little bit more like a lived-in location, rather than just a course for Mario to jump around in.
Super Mario!
You don't even strictly need an actual cycle to get some of the feeling of one. If certain areas of your world are just always day or always night, you can get the benefits of an area feeling clearly distinct from others, while getting to skip making 2 separate Take Hook Sunshine from Mario Kart 64. It's a Sunset Highway track, whose atmosphere is more tied to the time of day than the others. The track is, well, it's a boring figure 8 whose only saving grace is the heavy traffic you can run into. But it definitely
Olha, eu digo mesmo que o
What would
não.
happen if you converted it to daytime? Well, now it's just my morning commute. That ain't right. Dark City Trano in Final Fantasy IX is perpetually in the dark. Most everywhere else in the game is rendered in daylight, so the visual distinction of the building facades and cobblestone streets in the flickering lamplight gives Trano a very distinct and identifiable feel as a city full of casinos, theaters, and nightlife. The cycle isn't a true cycle, of course. There's no lights
Esqueci-me
in
do.
Trano, but the second you leave, the world goes back to daylight. The world gives the impression of changing by
Alguém
just
se lembra
the
onde
way
é que
you
está
move
o
through it, even if the
terceiro?
places themselves don't change. Okay, let's go a little deeper than just the aesthetics. How can day and night affect the game's story? Plenty of games take place over the course of a day and use the changing time as good set dressing to establish the mood. Devil May Cry 3 opens in twilight for its first 2 missions, then transitions into night as Dante enters the ancient tower where the bulk of the game takes place. At the end of the first act, you reach the top of the tower to confront Virgil, set against the dramatic backdrop of a rainstorm and a full moon. By the end of the game, the journey is complete as dawn breaks, and the characters are ready to move forward. It's not a subtle metaphor, but it's a nice background detail. Resident Evil 4 uses the shifting time of day and the lore about how the Las Plagas parasite works to ramp up the tension and difficulty. Las Plagas is weak to sunlight, and as the game shifts from day to night, the enemies infected by Las Plagas get more dangerous and more
Já sei onde é que está o
difficult to
terceiro
defeat.
gajo.
The areas that you've already passed through in the day become much more oppressive when you have to double back through them later on.
Peço desculpa,
The
pessoal, por me
shifting
peidar
time in
todo.
Resident Evil 4 and
Isso é má
Devil May Cry
educação,
3
peidar-me.
tie into the setting and the lore to help create striking set pieces and organically manage the rising stakes as you get further in the game.
Vou para Queen's Station a seguir.
Let's get out of aesthetics and lore for now. What else can a day-night cycle do? Besides setting up the story, the day-night cycle in RE4 also impacts how you play the game, but that isn't the only approach to take. It's super common to have a cycle where playing in the day and playing at night are 2 different experiences, and what you're doing depends on what part of the day the
quando é que querem que eu
game is
repita
in. Action-adventure games will
este jogo?
implement it like this pretty often,
Wakami.
and over the years, the Zelda series has had a couple of different spins on this style of day-night cycle, like in Ocarina of Time. If you're almost anywhere other
Ocarina
than
of
a
Time.
town or a dungeon area, time will pass,
Nunca
and
jogaste
the
a ouvir
sun will rise and
Eu,
set
eu
over a few
lembro
minutes.
claramente de jogar
At
uma
night,
passagem de
different
ano.
enemies spawn compared to the day.
Porque eu comprei o
But
jogo
more
num
importantly,
dezembro
different world
qualquer.
features would change
Estava
on
tipo,
the schedule. The
eu
drawbridge
sempre
to
adorei
Hyrule
este
Castle
jogo,
would
meu.
close for young Link in the evening. Some NPCs,
Vou aproveitar
questlines, or even minigames
esta
would show up
release
or be
para
hidden
o
based on
acabar,
whether
porque eu
you
nunca
arrived in
acabei
the morning or at night.
na PS2.
You'll have moments like being given an egg to hang on to. As morning comes, the egg hatches
Olha,
into a fully
sabes o que é que eu
grown
te digo?
chicken that you
Não
can
sou
use
só
to
eu,
wake up
muita
a
gente diz
farmer to
isto.
progress.
O Okami
The
é o melhor
flow of time
Zelda.
becomes an ingredient in the puzzle-solving equation. which gives more charm and more depth to quest design beyond
A minha
just a
cadela.
fetch
Minha cadela não
quest
se
or a
importa nada.
series of tasks to check off.
Não tem
Though there are
problema.
a couple of
Ela está a
issues
nanar
with
até.
scheduling events for certain
Acho que ela
times
está a
of
nanar
day
porque eu
that you
corri
have to
com ela
work around.
hoje.
What do you do if you need to be at a place at a set time and you get there way too early? Do other stuff while you wait? Meh. Wait around? That's not fun. How about time
Hot
travel?
takes.
The Sun Song lets you swap between day and night as necessary, which
Foi
lets you
fixe.
set up the
Mas ela
schedule
tenta,
how you
se eu
want
correr
it.
com ela, ela
For
tenta
games like
morder-me
Elder
o-
Scrolls or Outer Wilds, this
as
might look
calças.
like resting for a few
Não queria que ela
hours,
fizesse
but
isso.
it's all a different coat of paint on the same idea. Time
Queen's
travel,
Gardens, Queen's
no matter how it
Station.
looks,
That's what I
helps
want,
keep the
station.
scheduling from becoming too inconvenient to be fun. Majora's Mask makes the whole game around this. It's about managing a scripted schedule
O
as a
Kamidan?
72-hour time
Espera, o
ticks
Kamidan
down.
é o da DS,
People,
acho eu.
questlines, and events aren't only
Não é?
affected by the
Acho
time
que
of
é.
day, but also which day or night in the 3-day cycle it is. The game's central threat is the moon coming down, and things get more and more ominous with each passing day. You have to work within the cycle, resetting
it's
it
not
as
Queen
necessary
Station,
to complete
it's
tasks
up there.
and gain permanent upgrades and
It's
progression
Green
items
Path.
that you take back with you
Guys,
as
I'm
you
going
start
to
the
Green
clock
Path.
over. You have to be at the right place at the right time with the right stuff and skills to complete what you have to do. The first night there might be an attempted robbery you can stop to get a reward. You might complete
Majora's
tasks
Mask é
so
muito
you
fixe
can
nesta
open up the
cena.
next step in that quest line for the next
Eu também gostava de jogar o
afternoon.
Majora's Mask
Something that can get
para
complex
em
with quests
stream
like the one to
para
get the
o pessoal
Couple's
ver, mas
Mask.
quando eu
This
jogo em
one
stream o
takes up nearly
pessoal
the entire 3-day
caga
cycle,
bocado. É
where
pena.
you are doing a
Oi?
long series of specific tasks at specific times in order to reunite a young
caga
couple
bocado que eu me
before the
lembro.
moon falls. Wind Waker did the same type of day-night event scheduling as Ocarina, but added some more complications. Nighttime had an extra detail in that the phase of the moon was important for some quests. You can't find this ghost ship right here on just any night. You gotta wait until the moon's right.
Ghost Ship foi
Or,
fodida.
you know, magic song your way out of it. Twilight Princess, same deal, but uh-oh, there's no magic song. There's a side quest to find 40 hidden posts throughout Hyrule, and most of them only appear at
40!
night. You could teleport around to manipulate
Jesus
what time
Christ.
it was, but it'll just
O
take
Ocarina
you
of
to
Time só tinha
midday,
10
which
poses.
isn't gonna
Não
help
era,
you find
pessoal?
any pose.
Vocês
It
são
might
nerds
seem
de
like a
Ocarina of Time
cop-out,
como eu,
but
não são?
time travel, and especially fine-grained time travel, can fend off a lot of design issues when you're dealing with schedule-centric quest design. Skipping that feature for the sake of realism introduces some other problems, but I'll get to that later. Enough about Zelda. What about games in other genres?
It's never
You can
enough
use a day-night
to
cycle
talk about
to change
Zelda.
their gameplay too. Often, it'll be a backdrop for implementing different phases of a game, like in Mario Party 6. The whole
Mario
thing
Party!
is themed around a day-night cycle that flips every 3 turns. Yeah, Mario Party 2 had a board that sorta did this before, but in this one, it's part of every
Pois é, tem um Super
board,
Hadouken
and it's more
agora.
elaborate. Each game board has
Achas
unique
agora
mechanics
foi-lhes a boca
influenced by the
toda?
time of day.
Pumba!
Some boards keep it simple and have different paths that open up as day turns to night.
A última vez que fiz isto
Others
tinha
might change
dificuldades
the
porque tinha
price of a
tanto
star
damage
or unlock new
que não
events.
conseguia juntar
That's
souls
not all though. The minigames are also influenced by the time
para,
of day.
para desmandar com o
Sometimes
Hadouken.
it's just cosmetic, but
Até já.
some minigames change their goal completely. One has you platforming on top of paratroopas during the day to get as high as you can, while at night you have to fall down, avoiding those same paratroopas. Snowflake Lake does something even more complicated. The rules on Snowflake Lake are a little unusual. Instead of traveling the board to collect stars, you start
Vita,
with 5 apiece
queres
and
que eu
have
leia
to
o-
steal from your opponents to get more. Ride a chain chomp around
Queres
the
que eu
outer
leia o que
edges
escreveste
until
ou
you catch
queres que eu
someone and
leia,
take their stuff.
falo sobre o que
Day and
escreveste ou
night
não?
heavily influence how strong this mechanic is. During the day, you only roll 1 dice block when riding the chain chomp and can play it safe in the center of the board to avoid anyone else stealing your stars. At night, the center
eu
is
já li.
blocked off and players
É
can
mais-
pay to get
queres
up to
saber-
3
queres
dice blocks to roll while riding the chain
É.
chomp. The rhythm of day and night creates different phases of intensity and adds a ton of strategy to a match. It feels like a completely different game compared to the other boards, both in the game and the whole series. I love Snowflake Lake. My friends do not.
Snowflake
The
Lake?
day-night cycle of Mario Party 6 works as a modifier to remix existing games and boards, adding strategy to a series that can
tem
use
que ir
more
por
of it,
cima.
and
Ok.
a ton of variety to help keep the game from getting too repetitive too quickly. Moonlighter uses a day-night cycle to split the game in half, into a day phase where you're running
Não
a
gostei muito
shop
do
selling
Moonlighter.
adventuring gear,
Eu tentei jogar na
books,
Switch,
and
mas
some fantasy-tinged groceries,
não
and a
sei.
night phase where you're fighting your way through dungeons room
Ver
by room,
balé?
collecting the groceries
Realmente balé
and
parece
books
uma
for
coisa
chests and
natalícia.
whatever. The shift in gameplay style is the metronome that sets the pacing of the game in broad strokes. You don't have to always stick strictly to the schedule. If you want the fights
Não está a
up by
sentir
day
circo
once
só
in a
ele.
while, you
What does that
can.
mean?
But most often,
Não
you're
estar a
flipping
sentir.
between the two on that day-night
Mas que
cycle.
vai,
The change in time prevents
vai
one
haver
side or the other
círculos
from
só ele.
overstaying its welcome.
Era um ritual.
Survival
ok.
games are usually pretty aggressive.
Eu tenho
in how they
saudades
use day and
de
night
ter
mechanics.
rituais, por acaso.
Don't Starve, Minecraft, and Terraria are built around finding food,
Oh, deixo parabéns a uma
crafting
pessoa
tools, and building a
daqui
shelter
de
for
Braga, mas a
survival.
pessoa não
The whole
respondeu.
reason you need a shelter is because
Isso
of the
deixa-me
night.
kinda sad.
More aggressive enemies will spawn that you probably won't be able to
Foi no
deal
Face,
with
mas não
very
foi
well, especially early in
na
the game.
página, foi tipo
In
mesmo
Don't Starve
pessoalmente.
especially,
Uh,
you need to set up
tipo
a
no
light
cha-
source like a
no-
torch or a campfire to
no
keep
chat.
the scariest parts of the dark at bay and to maintain your character's sanity meter. Survival games are about staying on top of all your draining bars, and your ability to survive at night is treated as a stress test, almost like an abstract systemic boss fight.
Deve estar ocupada.
If you can
Não, foi.
overcome the worst of what the night can
Mandei
throw
para aí
at
às
you,
11 da
you
manhã.
get to live another day. So, we've talked about how day-night cycles can change the look of a game, or tie to its story, or determine how its gameplay can change. But that's true for other kinds of themes too. Like if instead of a day-night cycle you made a game around elements, the elements could make a game look or play differently to reflect that theme.
Yeah, tal como.
There is, though, one unique superpower a day-night cycle can do that would be hard to
Como é que se chama aquele jogo de Zelda? Ou era aquele
a
off-season?
well-designed day-night cycle is an amazing way to connect
Foi
any game
altamente
world
off-seasons.
to life outside of the game.
Por causa da cena de mudar
Every bit of
os
Animal
elementos.
Crossing revolves around the day-night cycle that matches your system's clock and calendar. It tries to mimic real life as much as it can. Sunrise and sunset will
Mete bem
change
ouvir
depending
música.
on what the season
Ah, isso,
is.
tomar banho
Shops will open
e ouvir
and close
música.
at specific times of day.
Fizeste uma coisa
Events
muito
happen
boa.
at set hours. The progress you make can
É
depend on when
natural
you
que
play,
sejas mais bem
like how
disposta que o
ordering items
costume.
from an
É
in-game
fixe.
catalog will get them delivered to you in the next literal day. When you start to build new
Oh.
town features like the museum or the town hall, that takes real, actual time to complete. The villagers have their own schedules determined by the time, as they wake up and go to bed at different hours depending on their personality type. Bugs and fish will appear and disappear at certain times of day and different seasons. The cycle mimicking the real world creates the unique feel of Animal Crossing as something you want to check in on daily, rather than something to get through in a marathon session. There's one big problem with tying a game to the real actual time though. Very few people play games at random hours of the day. If you have an event in your game set to go at 4 in the morning, not very many people are going to see it.
Yep.
Certain features can be harder to access depending
That's
on your
why they
personal
removed
schedule.
it from
If you can't play
Pokemon.
Animal Crossing until after 10 p.m., you can't go to
Pokemon
any of the
had
shops
this.
because they're closed. If you can't play on a weekend, more things will be restricted. I'm not a morning person, so I can't do anything with the
Tens
stock
workshop
market, which
here.
only happens on Sunday mornings, which are my least favorite of all the mornings. New Horizons does allow you to adjust these times by an hour with ordinances, but it can still be inconvenient for certain players. Another way around it would be to just speed up the clock. Shenmue tries this. This will untie the game from the real clock, but that feeling of realism can still stick around if the rest of the game is built around time passing by. When the game first came out, one of Shenmue's most stunning features was its grounded depiction of the town of Yokosuka. Well, minus the karate fights. The whole town is on a realistic, albeit sped up schedule. Everything opens and closes at normal business hours, and you have your own life to manage. Work, home life, and of course, investigating the mysterious man who killed your father and his secret mirror while kicking his henchman in the face. We still know nothing about this man 3 games and 20 years later. Now, being a realistic, grounded
he's
depiction
Lao,
of a
right?
Japanese town, time
Lao is
travel
cool.
isn't really an option. A store closing up for the night right when you need to get in is a cool idea to see once, but it gets quickly eclipsed by the annoyance of having to actually wait for the next day, even if it's on a sped up schedule. They were still feeling out how to balance realism and convenience. So there you go. Aesthetics, story, gameplay, and realism. More
Workshop
often than
comidas
not,
veggie?
though, a
Ah, e
game
guarda
picks
as
one or a
receitas.
couple of those aspects to
E se houver
emphasize
alguma
when
coisa
they do a
fácil, eu tento
day-night cycle.
fazer.
But every once in a while, some developer
Roubo
tries for a
da
clean sweep.
receita.
All of them.
Ronnie.
Like Pokemon.
Johnny.
Pokemon's day-night cycles aren't all implemented in the same way, but you can find the full spectrum of options in one game or another. Pokemon's day-night cycle first shows up in Gold and
Gen
Silver.
2 é o mais
The
fixe.
real-life time of day dictates the time in-game, or at least what's on your system clock. Playing at night has a simple filter over the screen. Sometimes. Not Gen 3. More important is how different
Stupid
times
Gen
of day
3.
or days of the week would cause different events to happen. This bug catching contest only happens on Tuesdays, Thursdays, or
Yeah,
Saturdays.
tão cool.
Other events tied to how much
Vocês estão a
time
ver
has
isto?
passed. To bait out certain Pokemon, you would need to first slather trees in honey and then wait a few hours before it would start working. Planting berries also took a few actual hours to work. The biggest impact the day-night cycle had on the series was how it tied to Pokemon behaviors. Some were only findable in the wild by day. In Generation 4's Old Chateau, ghost Pokemon appeared at night. Some Pokemon need the right time of day to evolve, like Badoo. 2 of the evolutions were only gettable if you paid attention to the clock. You have items like the Dusk Ball that has a higher catch rate at night. Day and night are frequently used as design motifs in the series. There are at least a dozen Pokemon associated with either the Sun or Moon. Gen 7 is named Pokemon Sun and Pokemon Moon, and their day-night cycles are offset 12 hours from each other, so the morning in Sun is nighttime in Moon. The whole series is a grab bag of day-night mechanics, and if you don't really like the implementation in one generation, just wait for the next and it'll change.
Paula, diz. Então.
Let's talk in the
Okay,
comments
vamos ouvir.
about your favorite cycles and
Lisa.
unique takes on day and night that you've seen other games try. Day and night are a scaffold that games can build off of to make unique aesthetics, frame stories, and help keep a game fresh by setting the right time for a change of pace.
Cyclone
If you're
Slab.
careful, day-night cycles can help inject a dose of realism in a constructed world.
Força, go ahead. Thanks for the support. What do you mean? Is it safe? Fuck, este devia ter sido o último. Porque assim ia logo seguido. Oh man, fiz a geneira. Wait, hold on. Olha, afinal respondeu. É que não recebia. Não respondeu nada. Quer dizer, sim e não. Reagiu. Ok, já vi. É fodido, não é? Tenho mesmo receio. Mas já está na segunda fase. Ah, enganei-me. E aí? Acho que é porque eu não tenho aquela. A melhor explicação que eu consigo pensar é porque não sinto que tenha aquela. Como é que eu ia dizer? Base. Aquele sítio para me recolher. You know what I mean? Safe space. Dentro de uma família. E então ver outras é tipo. É weird. Eu não posso, meu. Deixa-me estar. Onde é que isto vai dar? Oh, ok. Oh. Oh fuck. Eu dou. Nós damos. Toda a gente estiver aqui no chat e... Ai meu Deus, olha eu a morrer. Imagina morrer na área do tutorial. Queres ser um animal? Mas depois não tens controle da tua vida, se é boa ou não. Por acaso a Zelda até diria que tem uma vida mais ou menos. Podia ter uma vida bem pior. Queres ser um leão? Gigantona? Deixa-me pensar, ainda não vou ali. Experimentar ir acolá. Em vez de ir acolhi. Pode ser? Onde é que eu vou agora? King's Station. Muito para amar e ser amado. Eu geralmente associo não associo amor aos leões. Ou leões ao amor. Mas au! Ainda sniper. Uma baleia? Onde é que está o Cornifer? Queres ser uma águia? Quando eras pequena querias ser um leão? Queres ser uma borboleta ou uma baleia? Espera aí, mas eles têm tamanhos exatamente contrários. Ou não estavas aí pelo tamanho? Ai! Tanto faz. Por acaso borboleta é cool. Hate that guy. Que vídeo é que eu vejo? Clay Darkness para eu fazer um extra guy. These guys are too strong for me. O movement neste jogo é tão fixe, meu. Foda-se. Vocês conseguem ver, certo? Pelo gameplay. O movement é do caralho. Ah! O que é que tomaste ontem? Ok, vou defrontar a outra e levar na boca. Let's go. Mas é... Pera, para onde é que... Tramadol. Estás tramada. Doll. I'm sorry. É trama com paracetamol. Prove yourself. Sure. I'm just mashing. Enganei-me. Estou muito agressivo. Porquê? Sabem o que é que ajuda? Eu estar com isto. Com o... Eu tenho uma cena que me aumenta o range. A nail. Au. Oh. Tchau. Eterno. Tens uma tatuagem? Uou. Cute. Easy. Ika. Ghost of Tsushima. King's Brand. Falar em Brand, viste o Lords of the Shadow? Não, Ring. Falar nisso. Sabem que em vez de estar a jogar jogos novos, ou que nunca joguei, estou sempre a jogar Hollow Knight. Mas eu gosto de Lord of the Rings. Eu tenho o Lords of Shadow. E também quero jogar Satisfactory, mas ainda não arranjei. Estou mesmo a deixar até à última. Estou tipo... Eu gosto da série. Bezaza... Não percebi. Frase... Não faço a mínima o que é que são essas palavras. Mas... Should be fun. I don't know. I don't know. Tenho $3.000. Acho que vou gastar para aí 2.000 no gajo do... No Keyblade Master. Ora bem. Ah! Ok, cheguei ao Keyblade Master. Dash Slash. I love that it rhymed. See ya. Ai, que isto é só segredo. Minhoca. Love Death Robots. Não conheço. Isso é o quê? Oh. I'm out of juice. Pinóquio del Toro. What do you mean? Aquele jogo do Pinóquio? Não. Havia o... chamava-se... Pies of Lee. No. Lies of P. eu não vejo séries. Só vou arranjar Netflix para ver Jojo este mês. Fora disso, vou, quer dizer, nem sei se vou, mas pelo menos quereria, não é? Quereria, em teoria. Três, quatro. Oh meu Deus, é Lu, não posso acreditar. Tenho andado com tantas saudades tuas. Estava a mostrar a não sei quem. Já não sei quem. Estava a mostrar o clipe. O clipe do Mario, do Foda-se Mario. E a pensar em ti. Espero que sejas fixe, que esteja tudo bem. Já tenhas comprado as prendinhas todas, que estejas relaxada nesta época natalícia. Foda-se Mario. Tu gostaste tanto, fogo. Isso deixa-me mesmo contente. Quando. Imagina, eu na altura não reparei. Não pensei nisso. Mas tu achaste piada. E eu tipo, como assim? E depois fui a ver. Tipo, fui a ver. Peraí, afinal isto é. É funny. Essas cenas deixam-me feliz. O gajo desapareceu. Alguém ofereceu um aquecedor à Lu? Não há aquecedor nesta casa. A Lu está tipo. Não, 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 não. Eu comprei a casa. Depois de um investimento como este. What the fuck? O que aconteceu ao gajo? Also, Lu, não há challenge. I'm just playing. Just playing. Mas gostava de andar depressa. As in. Uf, olha para este movement. Este movement. Ow. I hate these guys. That suck. Abelhas. Quick slash. Coisa rápido. Nha. 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 O que é que me matou? Foi um pico. Ai, picou-me. Calculei, mas não me calei na mesma. Fuck, vou ter que dar a volta a tudo. Não cheguei a abrir a porta. Olha, foi a primeira death, acho eu. Ou não? Estou a pensar se foi ou não. Acabaste o Hollow Knight. Isso pode querer dizer muitas coisas. Como assim? True ending, fake ending. Pantheons, eu não fiz. Fiz só a coisa. A luminosa ou caralho. Será que vou levar com os picos outra vez? Wait. Como é que eu fiquei com o soul? Also, get fucked. You stupid asshole. I hate this mob. Ah, a minha sombra morreu para o pico, ok. That's pretty cool. That's the kind of shit that I like. Uh-oh. Ok, vamos pensar. Agora já posso ir para a parte de baixo. poético. 3, 4. Give me that money. Acho que vou ao coisa. Ao Coliseu. Se puder, não me lembro se posso ir ao Coliseu ou não. Vamos descobrir soon. Also, quero meter mais um vídeo. Mais um vídeo de design docs? Ou é muito distracting? Tumba, tumba, tumba. É o que eu tinha... Estás a ver aqui que eu tenho uma coisa aberta? Aquilo é um picture in picture. Já te mostro. Yeah. Picture in picture é muito bom para pessoas com ADHD. Eu não acho que tenha ADHD de todo, mas... Ei, foi só uma nota. Espera aí que eu vou mostrar. Fazer like. Subscribe. Good design, bad design. How do you make good game tutorial? Sure, pode ser. O que é saber, Vita?
Hello, participant. It has been slightly under 1 year. I'm contractually obligated to invite you to the 14th volume of Good Design, Bad Design, where we talk about the good and bad of graphic design and visual communication in games.
Good
Things
design,
like
bad design é
menus,
interessante, eu gosto.
UI, UX, color choice, font choice, animation, character design. The kinds of things that touch on the presentation of information. Today, we've got some tutorial stuff and some things that might get lost in translation. You can start here and view the other volumes later. Also remember that these segments aren't reviews. Good games can have bad design components and vice versa. Got it? Okay.
Got it, guys?
By paying the bills.
Got it memorized?
Today's episode sponsor is War Thunder.
Sponsor?
War Thunder is a free-to-play military vehicle combat game on PC, Xbox Series X and S, PS5, and the previous generation. And it's fully cross-platform. I lean towards the plane combat. I love the aerial dogfighting, flying next to a bunch of wingmates to take everyone out. But if tank combat is more your style, War Thunder has you covered. Or if you're into battles on the high seas, hey look, they've got battles on the high seas. Play with over 2,000 historically accurate tanks, helicopters, planes, and ships from every era over the last century. Click the link in the description to play War Thunder for free.
My God,
get a free
click the
bonus
link?
for registering too.
Guys,
Sign
click the
up
link.
now and you'll get a premium aircraft, tank, and ship.
Beijinhos.
And a 7-day account boost to get you
Dorme bem,
started
Bita.
right. Thanks,
Uma boa
War
noite.
Thunder.
Ooh.
Good design.
This is the love key? I don't
Nothing
have the
says
love key, I think.
presentation of information quite like a tutorial. That's like its whole job description right there. When you think about a tutorial, you think about something at the start of the game that tells you how to play, right? That's very important, but that's not the only place where a tutorial can be useful. A tutorial's job is to teach a player how to do something, especially if that something is subtle or not intuitive or tricky to understand in some way. For games with a lot of nuance to the combat, you can't teach everything all at once. The finer points will go right over a new player's head. But at some point, the subtle lessons have to be taught. What can you do to make some great tools for learning a game without sticking it all in a front-loaded tutorial? Splatoon 3 had to figure out a way to do just that. Splatoon 3's opening tutorial is quick and painless. It'll take you through the basics of the game at your own pace. If you're familiar with how Splatoon works already, there's even a shortcut where you can use the more advanced Squid Surge ability to climb up this wall and skip most of it. But the beginning tutorial is just the beginning. Splatoon 3 is full of complexity. The game isn't just about splatting everyone you see. You've got ink coverage, spray patterns, weapon range, damage output, and secondary weapon pairings. There are just a ton of important things to teach a new player, and front-loading it all is not going to work. The weapons in Splatoon 3 are very inventive, and they're not all things you can just understand inherently how they're going to
Any
operate.
Splatoons?
You need hands-on time to get a feel for things, and what better place to do it than in the match
That
lobby.
hurt.
Splatoon 3 overhauled its match lobby to double as a hands-on training room.
Sabem o que é que eu estou à procura?
The
Do
previous
Cornifer.
games had
Não sei
training
onde é que ele
rooms,
está.
but you had to go there yourself. Now, while you're waiting for a match or for your friends to get online, the game gives you a space to test out every aspect of your current loadout. You've got stationary dummies for damage output, a huge floor to see how your weapon's spray charts work and how much ground they can cover quickly. There are moving targets to practice your tracking. The damage output numbers hovering over targets are a great graphical way to tell you exactly what you need to know about your new kit as you use it. As you play the game and unlock something you've never tried before, it's a quick thing to swap your loadout and get first-hand practice to see how a weapon works and how you can work it into the next match. And since you're already here waiting for the match to start, you might as well tinker around with it a little. The different game modes have their own unique spin on the idea. The Salmon Run lobby is like the normal game lobby, but it also lets you practice the unique Salmon Run mechanics while you wait. There's an egg and basket for the egg throw ability. There are different sized targets so you can practice against the salmonid enemies. You can even go into an empty map and practice against the special boss salmonids one at a time, without the chaos of the other enemies getting in your way. Splatoon 3's new lobby system makes it easier to practice, and helps give you the information you need at the time you're ready to take it in.
Bad design.
Oh no.
Getting the right info to players at the right time is the goal of any tutorial, but it's a tough goal. The most common ways to screw it up are to tell the player way too much or way too little. On one end is Sonic Unleashed, the Wii version. The 360 version is a totally different game, and its tutorials are just fine. The Wii version has short, isolated tutorials for every concept the game has. That sounds fine, until you find out that the list of concepts includes turning left and right. Every tutorial forces the game to load a new sectioned off area of the first stage, and your companion character goes into a speech about what to do, no matter how basic the idea is, even if you're already doing it. Complete this microscopic stage to prove you know how to jump, and how to turn,
No,
then
that's a
like
video game.
5 or 6 more of those. There's no out and no shortcut you can take to prove you know what's what. Oh, and you get to go through this whole process again when you get to the second gameplay style. Now, being overly cautious with tutorials isn't a terrible idea, especially for a game that will be played by a younger audience. You never want to throw a player into a do-or-die situation without giving them the tools to get through it, and your tutorial has to work for players who have very different levels of skill with playing games. Being thorough guarantees that everyone will prove they know even the most basic concepts before they can get stuck somewhere. The problem in Sonic Unleashed is just about the degree of ceremony for the littlest things that bog down the process. The loading and unloading and the unskippable nature of it all make it a chore to get through. On the other end is the tutorial in Driver. It's bad. Or rather, it would be bad if it existed. It's bad by default. The original Driver has a notoriously hard opening sequence. The first mission puts you in a car inside a parking garage. You play as an undercover cop trying to get inside a crime ring by posing as their wheelman. To pass their test, you have to check off a list of driving stunts one by one. Okay, no problem. Wait, there's also a timer. That's a pretty short timer too. Uh-oh. So, how do you do these stunts? Why isn't this burnout working? What do you mean by slalom? Yeah, good luck. When you're in the parking garage, there aren't any instructions or how-tos, or even a way to see if you're doing
That's a terrible tutorial,
the game
that's true.
recognizes. It's pretty easy to look like you've done a reverse 180, but not the right kind. Until you complete the task while darting around, without wrecking the car on the poles, mind you, you're stuck here. The parking garage stage won't tell you this, but the manual says you're supposed to have done the separate training mode already, where you get to watch the game do the stunts for you. Even the fact that there is a training mode is a little tough to find in this stylish main menu. You have to resist the temptation to go right into the game. The parking garage segment is a test with no instruction, throwing whoever shows up directly into the deep end. Without clearly steering a new player into where the game expects you to pick up the right info, Driver's opening chapter can easily leave players stranded on the side of the road.
Good design.
Games about mystery are fun, Uncovering secrets to find the truth is incredibly satisfying, but that type of game is trickier to make than most. When you're trying to build a game about the joy of exploration, discovery, and mystery, how you roll out information to players can make or break the whole thing. On one side, you can't be too handholdy. The more you have a game point out, the less of that core discovery is left for players to do. But if you don't point out enough so a player could connect the dots themselves, that feels like a frustrating game where puzzle solutions come out of nowhere. You need a light touch if you want the player to have a good time connecting the dots. Tunic finds that balance. Tunic is a game all about discovery in a fashion similar to the original NES Zelda. You wash up on a beach in a mysterious land, and are expected to figure things out.
Vocês já jogaram o
You
Tunic?
have a large amount of freedom of where you can go at the start, including places you aren't prepared for yet. And everything you find on the island is part of a big mystery to solve. Tunic's nods to the original Zelda go beyond the aesthetics and non-linear structure though. The game gives you little clues through collectible pages of an in-game instruction book. The book's graphic design harkens back to physical instruction books. There are even little marks drawn in pencil that make it look like someone else had been playing the game and making notes along the way, and you're just picking up where they left off. These manual pages all have tiny pieces of information about the world, the game's mechanics, and special features you have to connect yourself. There's info on where key items are, how to upgrade your
Devia jogar isto em vez de
stats,
voltar a jogar a Hollow
dungeons,
Knight.
combat mechanics, enemy behaviors, and tips. The manual isn't just written normally though. A lot of it is in a symbolic language that you have to decipher over the course of the game. The whole thing is a nod to the bygone era of instruction manual tutorialization, where games sometimes relied heavily on the physical books that came with most games, rather than putting necessary information to play within the game itself. Yet, the game figured out how to update that concept to work in a modern context. Tunic strings you along with a collectible that does that job and helps keep the game's structure from becoming too frustrating to play. All the information you need is right there in front of you, but not exactly when you need it, and not in a way you can just read without working a little for it. If you took away that extra decoding step, the game would feel like it was spoon-feeding you answers. Take away the manual entirely, and the game would be unbelievably obtuse. By making the instructions part of the mystery uncovering process, Tunic put in a lot of work to present its information carefully, preserving the mystery and making it fun to solve.
Bad design.
Symbols are tricky things. They're all little games of misdirection. Anytime you use a symbol to communicate something, you're relying on whoever sees it to infer your meaning without explicitly explaining what it is you mean. Even in the best conditions, that's going to be super prone to miscommunication. But when you're working in a medium like video games, where the product is usually meant to be translated and localized across dozens of different cultures and languages, the risk of miscommunication goes up exponentially. Not every symbol means the same thing across cultures. Symbols are prone to getting lost in translation, the visual equivalent of a pop culture reference, if you don't think them through all the way. Like this fun little guy. Most of my audience is in the English-speaking world, so you might not know what this means in Japan. To me, as an American, this conveys the essence of Sprite. Sprite. But this is called the Shoshinsha mark, and it's the universal symbol for this car is driven by a new driver. In Japan, that symbol has become so ubiquitous, it's turned into a symbol that tries to communicate the idea of noviceness. In Japanese games, that inferred meaning pops up a lot, like in Splatoon. The background of the first nameplate you get in Splatoon 3 has the Shoshinsha mark as part of its design. It's evoking that the player is a beginner, to the Japanese. To everyone else, it's just a cool design flourish thing. It got swapped out for a first-time player screen in Kirby Superstar. It was used in some DDR games to indicate songs in the lowest difficulty mode that were especially easy to play. It's in Katamari Damacy as... They're just stickers here. That's fine. Now, this isn't a bad design as in it's ugly or anything. It's just that the symbol is not able to communicate the idea it's trying to communicate when it goes across cultures. The PlayStation controller layout ran into another example. The cross and circle symbols are widely used stand-ins for yes and no in Japan, which doesn't perfectly match up with their meanings outside of there. The circle is located on the right side of the 4-button layout, which is not where the usual confirmation button was located on popular consoles of the time. Often, that's what you'd hit if you wanted to cancel. Without that cultural connection of a circle meaning yes, And without the implied
No
layout
means
hints
yes.
of which location is for confirming, games that were localized all had to fend for themselves. You got a mishmash of some games leaving the circle button as confirm, and some switching it to cross. Worse yet, since their functions are directly opposed, if a player were to autopilot, they could easily do exactly the opposite action from what they wanted to do. A couple years ago, Sony made the non-Japanese behavior the standard for everybody, including Japan. I'm sure that's
Take
not
that,
confusing
Japan.
for anyone. Of course, translation can run into a similar problem sometimes. Kanji are symbols too, in a way. When they're partially used as decorative elements, they're sometimes just left untranslated. Each Minato symbol means something specific in Xenoblade,
Minato.
though trying to localize it in-game might not work too well. If you saw Buster written on the sword instead of this, that doesn't really have the same visual pop. Remember
True.
that localization isn't just about translation. These sorts of symbolic, cultural, and contextual quirks are
Olha
part
aí.
of the job, and make each game a unique challenge to release in a new market. Head down to the comments. We're looking for new ideas for the next episode of Good Design, Bad Design. If you got a beautiful, artistic game, some clever UI system you haven't seen before, some real disastrous menu layouts, or anything else you want us to talk about, let us know. We've got other episodes in the
Let us
playlist at the
know.
end of the video if you're looking for inspiration,
Oh, Zote.
or just want to see us tear down Gungnir's fonts again. That's always fun.
Ooh, Podia ter feito o super speed. I like this guy. I like Sprint Master. Ganhei-me. Oh, oh. Então, não falece? Caraca. Ei! Bem-vindo de volta, Gunão. Oh! Oi? Então já estiveste a jogar o... Ai, que caralho. O Tropical Freeze. Tens a versão qual? Da Switch? Deve ser da Switch. Ou seja, tens o Funky Kong. Pusgas? Oi. Eu nunca sei qual é o timing disto. Será que é quando eles aparecem? É quando eles aparecem. Ah, acabei de descobrir uma cena. Só um PC. Oh meu Deus. Deixaste-me ouvir? Deve ser porque eu parei de falar. Não? Vou mexer os lábios. Para dar bait. Ai. E o gajo enganou-se. Eu tenho um jogo muito baixo. Porque estava a ver vídeos. Queres que ponha mais alto? Ou queres que ponha um vídeo? Ai que eu estou-me a atrapalhar. Ai que isto é embaraçoso. Que Bran. Oh. Tem um jogo que ando a jogar também que acho que vais gostar. Mas queres que veja um vídeo? Gameplay do Solar Ash? E se não gostar? Tinha só curiosidade de saber. Hyper Light Drifter. Até gostei, mas depois caguei. Fui snipado, meu. O gajo agora fica maluco, não é? Fuck. Ah, caralho. Ah. Ah, foi isto? Ui, está a patinar? Bué da fixe. Patinar é cool em videojogos. Não me perguntes porquê.
My planet. It's in the Ultravoid's pull. But it's not too late. This is Ray. Can any Void Runners hear me?
Hyper Light Jet Set Radio.
Starseed. It's intact but not operational. Scanning for conduits. Got a reading on the SID node at the base. Let's turn it on.
Por que o meu boneco está a andar devagar? Ah, ok, ele anda.
If you can hear this, just ran into some kind of massive serpent anomaly. Watch yourselves.
Before you Shrek yourself. Então, mas que tipo de jogo é que isto é? Ah, City of Tears deve ser para cima.
My boosters still work.
Ah.
Signal interference overgo. Initializing in safe mode. Hello, user. We are SID. Centralized Yonabite.
Eu ainda só havia patinar, mas também, como estou a jogar, não estou a ver tudo.
It's Ray. What happened to you? Where's the team? We are SID. Systems offline. Anomalous impediments detected. Sending locations data to your multi-tool. There's no way I can activate the Starseed without SID. Better scan for these anomalies and hope there's a way to remove the interference.
Não até se para ali. É que tem ali uns segredos.
Putrid. This must be one of those anomalies. Better clear it out. My shields. It's hot. What the hell is it?
So what's happening on the game? Ela está a apontar para onde? Podes trepar em tudo que te apetecer? E não tem stamina? Estou a tentar ver o que é isto.
One down, but there's still interference.
Bem, a animação de patinar é gira. Pois, eu não sei se isto é momentum based como a Pathless. Eu estava a pensar no Pathless. Faria sentido, mas não sei. Parece não fazes nada, é só andar para a frente. Quando digo não fazes nada é tipo, não parece ter nada específico para o movimento. O Pathless tem cenas para o momentum. Acho que é me foder a boca, meu. Foder a boca é eu. Vou desbloqueando.
There must be one more. A Void Runner cache. Please tell me the logs are intact.
É só segredos, oh mano. Olha, se tu se de facto é como tu dizes e vais desbloqueando coisas para movimento,
Need to find the other Void Runners.
então é pretty cool.
Bet I could grapple up there if I get close enough.
Já acabaste o jogo? Olha uma cobra. O jogo é bonito. Quanto é que custa? Deve ser caro. Pode ir para a wishlist. Pois estou a ver que isto é muito parecido com o Pathless, não é? Bosses gigantes também.
That worked. It's getting weaker.
Claro, Vitaga, sou um videogamer. Não achei que parece interessante, vou meter no wishlist. Não, é assim, eu vou-te explicar a cena. Eu não sou rico, mas ao mesmo tempo já não sou estudante. Portanto, vou sempre querer apoiar. Vou sempre querer apoiar a área que eu gosto. Especialmente estes gajos, de certeza que eles não estão a fazer milhões de sales. Não é? Estes jogo vão tentar vender assim tanto quanto isso. Por isso, meto na wishlist. Parece cool.
What is this place? I was someone once, but no longer. Now I am merely an echo.
Merely an echo?
I don't have time for this.
Só jogas compro indie? Ai, só compras jogos indie? Não. Não compro só jogos indie. Comprei o do Kojimbo há pouco tempo. Ou há algum tempo já. Death Stranding. Tecnicamente é indie, não é? É a empresa independente dele. Kojimbo Productions. Esse jogo? Esqueci-me do nome. Mas está cool. Está cool. Foi o nosso amigo Gunão que recomendou. Não sabia da existência, meu. Está giro. Eu disse tecnicamente. Ele faz o que quiser, não é? É independente. IGN. Espera aí que eu vou fazer like. Okay. Quão avançado é que eu estou neste? Posso fazer enquanto jogo? Solar 25,34€. Esta passagem, chaval. E está com desconto. Isto sem desconto custa 40€. Maluco? Tá, mas é maluco. Fiz o que quis com a minha prima de 16 anos. Espera aí. Estamos a misturar alhos com bugalhos. Epic Games Store custou 22.
I've been obsessed with a game called Roller Drone.
Ouvi falar.
It's a white knuckle, lightning fast arena shooter on roller skates. So you're trying to blast bad.
Não é isto que eu quero. Digam-me coisas para ver. O que achaste do Roller Dome? Dome? Roller Dome. Roller Drone. Arena shooter sem multiplayer. That's weird. Não te interessou? Jogos multiplayer, single player é weird, não é? Sabem uma cena? Eu quando era puto e alguém ofereceu-me o PC que tinha na arrecadação. Eu joguei um jogo. Eu não tinha net também. Joguei um jogo chamado Star Wars Battlefront 2. E é mesmo engraçado que eu não tinha sequer conceito do que era multiplayer. E esse jogo, a campanha é só tipo os níveis multiplayer, mas ordenados para fazer uma história. Então joguei aquela merda sem me aperceber desse facto. Ah, puta que me pariu. Mi. Era muita ficha, era. Arranjei no GOG, porque pronto, estava barato e pensei, foda-se, eu nunca comprei isto antes. Era pirateated quando eu era bebê. Como é que eu piratei o jogo sem ter internet? Ah, eu acho que os meus amigos arranjavam tipo CDs e pens de pena. Eu acho que era assim. Foi assim que eu joguei Fallout 3 também. Não era para Resting Grounds que eu queria ir. Techo. Nem sei o que fazer, quer dizer, I kinda know what to do. Fuck. O jogo mais overhyped? Damn, o pessoal falou do Fallout 3, quer? Ah, falou porque foi primeiro 3D Fallout. Credo, tanta violência. O jogo fez-te mal? Eu sentei-me no banco, não sentei? Diga-me que sim. É um fucking vírus. What? Eu viciei-me de caralho quando era miúdo. Foi o primeiro open world que eu joguei também. Não me lembro de ter crashes. Provavelmente tive, não é? Mas não me lembro deles. Não me lembro disso ser uma cena. Puta do Lost King. Kimbé. Cabran. Oh! What the fuck? Estes saltos. O Games for Windows Live é mesmo muito mau. Tornava os jogos todos muito maus. X, né? Eu joguei GTA 4 com isso. Não gostei nada do GTA 4. Agora, foi por causa disso? I don't know. Rust King. cabrão de pizza. What the fuck? Sério, estes saltos são mesmo ninjas, mano. Ah! Podia ter ido buscar o cenas primeiro. Agora que penso nisso. O dodge. O dodge com iframes. Okay. Espera aí, já falamos. Foda-se, era down, caralho. Ah! Oi? What the... Oh, ok. Visto Game Awards, claro. Fiquei até às 4 da manhã. Ainda estou com os sonhos fodidos por causa disso. E não me apercebi do meme. Não percebi do meme logo, porque às 4 da manhã estava tão fodido que só no dia a seguir é que eu me apercebi que aconteceu alguma coisa de errado. Aliás, não, pera, os últimos minutos eu acho que não aguentei, fui dormir. Não, mas ainda foi a tempo de ver o puto, eu é que não percebi. Ter dinheiro da Sony não me que eu raio e Nintendo, mesmo assim. Não ter segurança de... Opa. É um bocado spooky, mas pronto. Man, estava a tirar saudades dos meus momentos preferidos da E3 e estava tipo, fuck, o Game Awards nunca teve uma cena assim tão fixe. Pá, teve cenas awkward, mas nunca teve as cenas tão awkward como na E3. A E3 tinha assim aquela wholesomeness. Aquela pureza. Pois, ninguém, eu também não. O que é que tu viste em direto? O que é que tu achaste? Eu acho que, por exemplo, o gajo que estava a apresentar... e o Miyazaki e tal, não sei se reparaste, mas eles estavam todos a olhar uns para os outros, tipo, olha, quem é este? Pelo menos eu senti isso da expressão corporal deles. Ai ai. No. tendo gente rica. Oh Vitário, já pensaste se não foi um stunt? Pode ter sido um stunt. Em que tipo, imagina, o Miyazaki não sabia. Mas o Jeff sabia. Pá, que eles deixam demasiado. Foi escoltado. Epá, há uma cena estranha. Que, imagina, o Jeff mandou um tweet, não é? A dizer assim: a pessoa já foi tipo arrested. E depois mais à frente, depois vi outro tweet a dizer LAPD confirma que não deu arrest ao gajo. O que se calhar faz sentido. Aquilo era um puto pai de 15 anos, mano. Prestaste atenção, tu vês meia dúzia de homens a ficarem para fora. Sim, sim, mandaram-no embora, sim. Mas agora ser arrested é que, como o Jeff Keighley tweetou, parece que não aconteceu, não sei. Magoei-me. Iframes, maninho, iframes. Ser detido pela polícia, tipo, não necessariamente ser preso, mas detido. Que nós vivemos, que eles vivem na América, quer dizer, a nossa também é estranha. Mas a deles eu diria que é mais estranha. Mas Vitário, a minha também não é santa. A minha? Qual minha? A minha sociedade? Mas não te esqueças que a América é hipercapitalista. Ou seja, só estás mesmo fodido se ficares pobre. É o que eu sinto naquela sociedade. Não tenho coisa. Aquilo era um pix e nem reparei. Gonçalo Ramos. Miúda do Gonçalo Ramos. Não faço a mínima quem é quem. Desculpa, não conheço o Jet Set português. Mas o quê? Levou nudes? Isso é que é uma TikToker portuguesa ou assim? Also, leaking nudes? Todas as gajas têm um OnlyFans anyway. Já sabem que todos os OnlyFans são leaked. Não é? Ninguém precisa de pagar para ver conteúdo do OnlyFans. Mas eu acredito que mesmo assim há negócio porque o pessoal não é para ver as nudes que subscreve ao OnlyFans, é mesmo para dar simp, não é? Para ajudar as ninas. É breve. Para os nudes dele. Ah, ok. Olha aí o Markiplier, meu. Drop all G. Essa sim. Não, para já não. Vou passear para Kingdom's Edge primeiro. Não. Sim. OnlyFans do Pep. Wait, o Pep tem um OnlyFans? Liga as minhas, ficava famoso. Ficavas? Imagina pagar pelo OnlyFans e um asiático. Espera, o Markiplier é asiático? Eu nem sei o que ele é. Eu não reconheço. Meio branco, meio asiático. E qual... mas qual Ásia? A mãe é coreana. Ah. Markiplier. Fantástico. Coreano. Então é bom jogar Tekken nele. Deixei uma menina pendurada que queria a minha boleia. Então. Porquê? Giga Chad. É muito mau. Tadinha. Tadinha da miúda. O que é que lhe aconteceu? Teve um palhaço a deixá-la pendurada, não é? Mas fora disso. Qual é a história? O que é que aconteceu? Quem é que se distraiu com as horas? Mano, vai lá buscá-la, meu. Área social. Tens de contar essa história toda. Conta desde o início. Ai, que este gajo é forte. Telepão tem que contar a história, meu. Quem é que ela é? Há quanto tempo é que a conhece? De onde é que ela veio? Se está interessado nela? Ser honesto. Mano, eu perguntei o que perguntei. I stand by my perguntas. Quero saber todas. Não só uma ou duas. Ah, é? Então porquê? Ah, peraí. Também és um fofo quando queres, ó Vitag. Verdade. Há quem não se acredite que o Vitag é um fofo. Fuck. Fuck! Acho que fofo escreve bem, that's all. Ui, está interessado nela, já percebi. Não precisa mais nada, Lev. Está decidido. The jury has decided. O comitê. É verdade, o comitê. Sim. É, enganou-me bem. Veio para as minhas costas, um dado. Filho de uma pega! Queres encabar a tua colega? Olha, há uma cena... Há duas coisas que são verdade. Costuma dizer-se que não é boa ideia sair com pessoas do nosso trabalho. No entanto, não vamos conhecer mais ninguém. As únicas pessoas... Os nossos únicos potenciais partners são pessoas com quem trabalhamos. E vocês, mas e os primos? Também acontece, mas é muito mais raro. Amigos de amigos em almoço e merdas. Isso é muito raro. Mas também acontece. Mas eu diria que a maioria é pessoas com quem trabalhamos. Portanto, o Aleph está a ver se... Pronto. Faz bem, não é? Shooting is shot. Já fez merda, não é? Não lhe deu boleia. Toda-se Aleph. Dating apps? Não acho. Dating apps é mais para... Dating apps servem para sheds spinarem. E para as meninas se sentirem bem por terem muitos matches quando abrem a app. Abrem a app e aquilo diz, tens 1 milhão de matches. Eles, se tens gira. Não é propriamente para as pessoas namorarem. Agora vocês, mas eu namoro com o Tinder. E eu, eu não estou a dizer que é lei, que nunca aconteceu. Há quem se case, meu. Olha, o meu tech lead conheceu a pessoa no Tinder e casou-se com ela. E teve um filho com ela, tipo, este ano. Portanto, não estou a dizer que é impossível, ok, pessoal? Pessoal, o trabalho não se deve misturar. Low-key, nojentas e degradantes. discotecas. Pô, é um bocado isso que eu acho em termos de ambiente das dating apps hoje em dia. Parece mesmo ambiente de discoteca. Às vezes penso nisso. Parece mesmo esse ambiente. Ou o ambiente é tipo o pessoal. É para a malta gira. Instagram models and shit. Não é propriamente para. Ah, não. Normal people. Ah, normal people vai para a rua. Oh. Puta da mosca, mano. Olha, eu não estou a ter. Não estou a ter qualquer tipo de cuidado com este gajo. Quanto mais cresço, mais vejo isso. Mas espera aí, oh Megunão. Eu quando disse shadows disse... eu não estou a dizer pessoal que quer namorar, é só pessoal que quer pinar. Okay? Estás a ficar jaded, ó, Vitar. Estás a ficar ganda Christian Bale, tu. Relações não te atraem, mas não estás a namorar? Também se calhar depende do tempo de relação. Imagina, se tiveres se a tua maturidade não foi muito grande, se calhar o tipo de namoros que uma pessoa tem, se calhar é pouco satisfying, certo? Um gajo não vai ter relações muito profundas. É tipo, vamos ali ao shopping e eu compro coisas e tu queres olhar, não sei. Holy shit. Boost que a testosterona acumulada First dates irritam. É aquele escrutínio, não é? Oh Maria, ainda estás aí? Achas que o que eu estou a dizer é assim tão fora da realidade? O gajo teleportou-se para as minhas costas, meu. Teleport-se behind you. Filho de uma... Fuck. Cabrão de pizza. Já estou fora de perguntar qual é a música que gostas ou que curtias fazer daqui a 10 anos. Tens olhos sorrisos, cara bonita. Xissa, eu pensava que estavas a namorar, meu. Ou seja, que já não andavas nessa vida. Gajas que só querem foder. Tens que ir para os first dates com a Bíblia, meu. Pegas na Bíblia, pões na mão dela e diz assim: anda lá, qual é o teu verso preferido? Recuso-me a ter companhia. Vá, Vitago. Estás em modo character. Nós sabemos que tu não és assim. Não enganas ninguém. Oi, como assim? Ok. Twitch. Dessa porque é em português. Todas as moscas, mano. Eu não acredito que uma das moscas me vai matar. Ok. Importas-me dar unban? Deixa-me testar. Wait, what unban? Estás banned? Se for mesmo necessário, há aí algum mod? Wait, what? Ah, ele está a testar. Vou jogar um Curse of the Dead God. É sim, é no Word, já sabes que dá. Pelo menos eu tenho ideia que sim. O problema é que vais tu e vou eu, se calhar, sei lá. Nincompoop. Hard R. Eu nem sei qual é que é o Hard R. Hard R. Rabbi. Bill Clinton, Rabbi. Igualmente, amigo Vitor. Oi? Oh, Vitor, isso não vai acontecer porque fim dos teus dias não vai acontecer, tu és imortal. Que o bocado desliga-se é a minha coisa, não é? Ora bem, isto é possível. Aquele salto é possível, eu já o fiz. Não me lembro como é que eu fiz, mas fiz. Fiz da capa. Não, eu já... Ouve o que eu estou a dizer. Ouve bem as palavras que eu estou a dizer. Eu já consegui fazer este salto sem a cena do ácido. Eu estava a ver fodido para voltar atrás. Depois quando o caminho para trás. Eu digo, oh fuck. Espera aí, assim consigo? Não. Já não me lembro como é que fiz. Não importa. Para depois. Epá, eu aqui não faço nada. Deixa-me curar-se com estes gajos. Só para tentar mais uma vez. Fuck. Ahá! Foi assim que eu fiz. Vitag. Uou. Voltar para trás aí vai ser o caralhinho. Mas que se foda, já apanhei o gajo. Au. Ah, não tenho parede ali. Isso é um problema, não é? Isto não é parede, pois não. Ai, é. Olha uma maneira boa. Olha. Espetáculo. Vitag. Eu nem sei onde é que é isto. Ah, nice. Ok. I guess I'll hang out on the sewer. Ui. The Poop Man. I need the Poop Man amulet. Fuck it up. Going to the other side. Eu nem sei onde é que está o Poopman stuff. Oh. Capaz de ser para aqui. É para aqui, é. Falar em capa do ácido, não é? Ico, sou eu. Merda, também sou eu. Cabran. Toma. Poopman. Next vai dar. Pois são. O Poopman é um gajo cool. Toma. Para onde é que eu vim? Quero voltar para lá, agora. Eu acho que é por aqui. É por aqui, sim senhor. Deslarguem-me. É por aqui, sim senhor. Quero falar com a Isma. Excelente senhora. What do you mean? Gastei aquilo? Toma. Este que eu queria. Onde é que está o bicho? Já me fodi. A Gróvia. Oi! Comando desligou-se. Vocês. Ai, tal, desculpas. A lágrima da Isma. É para quem tem alguma coisa? Não me lembro. Mas o Vitag, eu já apanhei. Ou estás a gozar comigo? Estás a fingir que não viste? Nesta é o Grove. Espera aí. Ó Vitac, sou como é que era? Screen Man. E só existe no monitor do PC ou do telemóvel. Streamer Man. Tony Darko. Tem que arranjar um fato de coelho, ou lá o que era. Vamos deixar esse filme super hardcore. Oh, eu nunca cheguei a abrir isto, acho eu. Lemau. Estou preso. Lemau. Lemau. Eu acho que gostei do filme na altura. Eu era bastante jovem quando vi. Uma red flag. Damn. Uf. Iframes. Olha, é de mim o jogo está bugged. Get it, porque é um jogo de bugs. Não, mas o jogo está bugged. Já repararam que já há algum tempo que eu não consigo tocar nestas cenas de Soul? Ou é porque está cheio? Nope, não consigo. Já não é o primeiro. Num dos inúmeros ghosts que eu levei, lembro-me que um foi por ter feito uma piada com referência ao Pulp Fiction. What the fuck? Olha, sabes o que é que eu te digo, Vitago? Se uma Nina te der ghost... Olha, a Pita voltou. Se uma Nina te der ghost por causa do Pulp Fiction, então não valia a pena. Pulp Fiction é tipo... É isso, não valia a pena. Para que é que és uma thought? Ninguém quer uma thought, meu. Ah. Lukenet. English motherfucker, do you speak it? Nem sabe o que é Pulp Fiction, já viste? Quando é que os Zoomers descobrem o Pulp Fiction? É nova trend. Zoomer discovers Pulp Fiction. Mais velha que eu? É mais velha que eu, está às portas da morte. A mulher está quase morta, Vitor. 29? Fuck, estou preso. Onde é que eu vou para sair daqui? Ah, mas eu não quero sair daqui já. Oh, não tenho mapa desta área, portanto não sei bem. Por baixo? Não me lembro para onde é que é. Levaste ghost muitas vezes na tua vida. Eu não sou bom a falar com as pessoas online, especialmente desconhecidos. Onde é que está o cientista, meu? Não me lembro. O gajo do mapa. Onde é que ele anda? Precisava de um mapa para saber onde é que estou. Precisamente. É suposto haver connection IRL. Não, mas eu sinto que há pessoas. Maria, estás aí ainda? Se tiveres, participa, se faz favor. Por exemplo, eu sinto que a Maria é muito boa a falar com pessoas desconhecidas online. Faz muitos amigos e não sei o quê. E eu não consigo fazer um único. Oi? Também eras a conhecer merda. Conheceste um serial killer assim? Não consigo falar com desconhecidos sem ter um ponto em comum. Eu consigo sempre sacar de alguma coisa, mas atenção. sei lá, tipo... Vocês sabem aquele contexto, tipo, jantares... Opa, cenas mesmo in person, não é? Está sempre a sacar de alguma coisa. Caraças, não vai dar onde eu quero. Já não tenho a conversa que outra hora tive. Opa, a cena é... A conversa que tu tens... vai condicionar ou filtrar... Condicionar e ou filtrar as pessoas que queres, não é? Imagina que estás tipo... eu sei qual é que é suposto ser a conversa que interessa às pessoas. E depois fazes isso, e depois atraes as pessoas. Mas é tipo, epá, eu atraí, mas... Atraí uma fucking, sei lá, TikTok, meu. Uma TikTok. E isso é desinteressante, obviamente, não é? Capô. Diz-me que o cientista anda para aqui, meu. Não é cientista, é gajo do mapa. To be honest, acho que não. Mas se calhar sim. Where the fuck is this? É tal cena, não é? É para outro dia. Desde quando é que se... Espera. Sexo deveria ter carinho, sim. Acho que corre mal quando não tem. Por mais casual que seja. É que giro, nunca tinha reparado naqueles balõezinhos inimigos no background do jogo. Muito cool. Foda-se, onde eu vim parar? que ele está a dizer? Aceitar e não trocar tudo que temos por tudo que não queremos. Damn. Bem, tendo em conta o que o Vitaco está a dizer, digo eu, e ele já deve ter percebido isto há muito tempo, que é a maneira como nós falamos com pessoas novas é tipo publicidade, não é? Nós tentamos dar advertise ao que nos interessa. E ao que não nos interessa. E convém não fazermos publicidade enganosa, senão na verdade só nos estamos a enganar a nós mesmos, não é? Tipo, eu não quero atrair este tipo de pessoa, meu. Pessoa que eu não quero atrair, pessoa que eu sou. I mean, tu é só tu. What the fuck is happening? Oh shit. What the fuck was that? Wait, como é que eu vim dar ao Gods No Masters? Mudar isso é morrer. Mudar o quê? O que é que queres mudar? A sociedade sempre foi ou encaixas, tu és uma paria. Mas agora, com a internet, podes encaixar-te em todo lado. Vais ali ao Reddit e encontras fucking losers que gostam de Final Fantasy. Apenas assim. Encontras, está lá. Ou seja, nunca vais estar sozinho. Espera aí, encontrei a parte de cima. Pessoal, encontrei a parte de cima. Ok, it's exploring time. Quer queiras, quer não. Encontrar alguém que esteja no mínimo status social, se eu minimamente trabalhar, ter hobbies. Yeah. Hobbies que não sejam solitários, não é? Atividades em geral que ponham em grupo. Opa, a cena é pôr-te a jeito, não é? Para que as coisas aconteçam, ou seja, oportunidade, não é? Ou seja, cada vez que fazes um lobby de grupo, está lá gente, não é? Poderás conhecer alguém. Cada vez que fazes um jantar e aparece um amigo de um amigo, um primo de um amigo ou whatever, também há essa oportunidade. Quando trabalhas, sempre. Há de aparecer alguém. E you never know. Admites racismo no teu estado? Wait, what? Tu Nazar, que chocolate gostas mais? Negro, de leite, brance ou caramelo? Com caramelo? Isso existe? Chocolate com caramelo? Assim, tem que experimentar. Existe, é o coisa. Como é que ele se chama? Eu adoro. É o Mars. O Mars é o que tem caramelo, não é? Dentro. Mano, isso é bué da bom, mano. Anyway, eu gosto muito de chocolate de leite, por exemplo. Fim de trabalhar em ti. Eu até podia dar-te... Até podia enumerar algumas coisas que podes trabalhar em ti mesmo. Yeah. Tipo isso. Aprender uma skill nova, não jogar Hollow Knight em loop, nunca façam isso. Isso é que é o erro que vos mata. Ui, já me fodi. Ui, está preso. Deu bug. Olha, o que é que se passa com o jogo hoje que está... É só bugs. Que estranha. Olha isto. Que cena. Não jogar, got it. É uma boa ideia, foda-se. Não joguem, ouçam podcasts ou caralho. Ok, depende dos podcasts. Ou vejam merdas educativas. Metam na cabeça que gostam de alguma coisa e digam assim: You know what? Vou saber tudo sobre isto. Há de dar payoff um dia. Okay. Desde que não joguem Hollow Knight o dia todo. Podcasts educativos como... Sim. Era mesmo nisso que estava a pensar, por acaso.
não.
Para rir, para chorar, para assustar, whatever. Escapismos saudáveis que façam evoluir. Maratonas de séries. Por acaso não gosto do feel de fazer uma maratona de uma série. Sinto que desapareci durante demasiado tempo. Deixei. É weird. Sinto, parece uma perda de tempo. E não estou a dizer tipo que séries são más. Não, eu gosto muito de séries, mas pô. É uma cena mesmo passiva. Não existe nada mais passivo do que ver uma série. Okay. Junk Pit. Tentar fazer videojogos. Fuck. Podia abrir o Unity no instante. Que horas são? E já é uma? Não. Sendo assim não abro. Fuck. Sabem o que é que eu acho que devia fazer e nunca digo nada? Seria uma coisa que se calhar era um truque para puxar para nós. Era tudo bem fazer uma coisa, mas a twist era que seria colaborar com alguém. E assim forçava-me a fazer. Qualquer coisa. Eu até posso ter um jogo. Mas qualquer cena, não é? É mais aquela cena de comprometeres, tipo. Mano, bora fazer uma cena. Depois começam e depois. Não é? Começam a fazer. Cá combinam. Planeiam os dias em que vão estar a trabalhar. Depois há aquele compromisso, não é? Já não é só para ti. É como ir ao ginásio, mas. Com alguém. Ui, vim parar ao gajo do mapa. Ok, que foda então. Eu acho que sim. Espera, acho que é na cena do Defender. Qual Defender? No coisa. Ai, como é que se diz? É aqui. É por aqui que eu vou se quiser salvar a Nina. que aburro. Olá, Nina. OnlyFans Collab? No. Não, mas fazer um projetozinho. Eu estou aqui a falar, mas podia abrir o Unity na mesma. Apesar de ser tarde. Bastante das mantis, não sei como é que se diz mantis em plural. Alguém vai-me já corrigir. Elas a fazerem-te. Elas, eles, whatever. Ilks. Fazer-te uma vénia. Out of respect. Muito cool. É depois de derrotares os mantis lord. Nha. Espera aí. Olha aí. Bitch. Bitch. Uf. Obrigado, iFrames. Wait, what is this? Ah. Acho que já sei o que é aquilo. Enganei-me. É uma máscara. Uma máscara. Oi? Onde é que está o sound effect? Estou em Deep Net. Ah, com licença. Deep Nest. Ou não? Fungal Waste. Ai, alright. True. Deep Nest vai sempre estar na cidade. O que é. Eu estou sempre a dizer isto, meu. Eles fizeram um brilhante trabalho, não é? Com Deep Nest. Sharp Shadow. É o barulho? Yeah, eles fizeram de propósito. Foi deliberado. É por isso que eu cheguei tão fixe. Por mais vezes que passes por aqui, esquece. Nunca vai ser confortável. Oh, enganei-me. Fui pelo lado errado. Estou a pensar para onde ir. O que é que os gajos me dão aqui? Não me lembro. Oh. Onde é que eu vou agora? Acho que vou para Queens. Queens Balele. Au. É fodido não ter o mapa daqui, meu. É porque eu não vim para aqui pela entrada certa. Eu ainda tenho coisas para fazer aqui. Mesmo sem mapa, que toda, não é? Let's go. Como assim? Não percebi o passo à frente que ele deu. Take that, bitch. Agora perdi. Game over. Ah, aqui é que se vai buscar. Ok.
Merma.
Goto Ener. Au! Fui mesmo de boca. A cena importante desta área já a tenho, não é? Oh, fuck me. Uh-oh. Será que é para aqui? O início disto? Não conheço. Não me lembro. Ok, nunca aqui estive, pelo menos. Esta merda. Cringe. Ui, é aqui que se tem o coisa do truque para cima. As baladuco. De onde é que eu vim? Oh. based.
No escuché.
I remember there's a guy here. Nice. Já me fodeu. Ah.
Mana matu churo namen.
Já chega, já é 1h30. Yeah. Yikes. Yo, portem-se mal. Vamos a fazer uma. Alright. Guys, take care. Be safe. See you.